Hey everybody, welcome. We are live, streaming live from KubeCon here in Chicago. It's great to be back at KubeCon. It always seems like we've got a great, interesting place to go and lots of fun people to meet, which leads me to my first conversation with Elad Ben Israel, who's with WingCloud. Welcome, man.
Hi, great to be here, man.
Good to have you. I'm going to do a little sleight of hand and hand that off. First time we've met. Well, tell us a little about you, and we definitely want to hear about sort of the mission of WingCloud and what you're doing.
So I'm a developer, a programmer basically since I remember myself. I don't know. I've been writing code in high school, and then I'm Israeli, so I spent some time in the Israeli military doing coding, and then spent some time at Microsoft and Amazon and AWS, and did some startups. But basically, it's my first time as a founder. I've spent my last 5 years at Amazon. I built the AWS CDK, which is a tool for infrastructure in the infrastructure as code space.
Yeah.
And starting WingCloud was, for me, the next kind of natural step in giving developers a better way to build software for the cloud, build cloud applications. And that's our mission, is to make the cloud a great place to build software. And one of the first things we realized is that the basic tools that developers use to build applications is their programming language. And the reality of today's programming language space is that all the existing languages are basically designed to tell a single machine what to do. That's the idea behind a programming language. Like, I write code and it runs on a machine.
And you
right?
multi-thread it or parallelize it or whatever.
But then eventually they're kind of locked into this machine, one machine. But when you're actually building applications for the cloud, you're building applications that use this distributed computer.
Right.
They use all these services, managed services that we see all these companies around here. Like, I want to be able to use all of these tools when I'm building my cloud application. And the existing languages just don't have a way to express both my infrastructure and my application code together in the same language. And the result is, the more you lean on the cloud as an application, the more friction there is to deliver it to the cloud. And that creates a lot of pain across the industry. Like, we see both developers and companies really struggle, right? Like, struggle both in terms of, like, developers are unable to really stay in the flow. To me, that's always been like my obsession. Is like, I want to be able to just like go into this zone of building. And to me, this is why I love programming, because it's an art form, right? Like, it's a creative activity. And the more you have to like step outside of that creative activity and like go and deploy your code and configure your microservices, how they connect together, and deal with the Kubernetes APIs and clusters, is like, the less you're able to actually stay in that flow and create.
So give us the kind of day in the life of a developer with WingCloud, Winglang, right?
Yeah.
Language. I'm really curious about this because I totally get, right? I'm heads down, and it's a big effort to get back where I was to what I was working on, just to go over and use a cloud service tool or some other piece of software. How do you build that into the workflow and the mindset of developing code? So
the basic architecture of that programming stack is that we're creating this standard library for the cloud. Like any programming language that has a standard library, standard libraries, one of the goals, the purposes of standard libraries in every programming language is to abstract the platform, right? Like, it's to give you an API for the platform that you're using. And when I'm using Java or .NET or whatever, Node.js today, Python, I have a standard library that abstracts away my machine, right? So I can have access to my file system and my process management. And the same thing for Wing, but for the cloud. And so we actually have this standard library for the cloud, which we call the Wing SDK. And we're actually planning to ship it to other languages as well. So not just Winglang as a language, but that standard library gives you primitives for cloud programming. And when you're using those primitives in your code, you basically decouple yourself from the platform. And that means practically, for example, that you can run on a simulator. And so one of the things that we're launching today is like support for containers in the Wing simulator. which means, again, that you just don't have to leave your machine, your development environment, when you're creating your cloud application. So you can create buckets and queues and containers and Lambda functions, and all of those things are first-class citizens of the programming space, and you can iterate on them locally. And so every change you make, you can instantly see, you can write unit tests that basically cover your entire cloud system and not just your application code. And so your ability to iterate changes from maybe minutes per iteration to milliseconds per iteration, which is, to me, again, this is, as a developer, that's the thing that I need to optimize for in order to be productive and in order to stay in the flow. And once you've finished and developing a feature, you go and you commit it to your source control, and that gets deployed to the cloud. And it can actually get deployed to any cloud provider because of that decoupling, we can compile your code to AWS or to GCP or to Azure or to your own custom platform. You can actually customize, have complete customization for your platform. And you can even decide which provisioning engine to use. So we actually support Terraform and CloudFormation, and it's an open ecosystem. So we're planning to build Pulumi support and cross-plane support, and and so this decoupling, in a sense, is the key to the value, right? Like by working at the higher level of abstraction, you get both a really great developer experience, but also portability and agnostic to like the platform that you're deploying to.
So let me ask, I don't develop software every day. I've been a developer still a little bit, tiny bit. So if I'm understanding, it sounds like what you present to the developers, what they're used to working in. In other words, just like in Python, you'd include a package manager to get whatever functionality,
Yep.
and then you're referring it to the in the language of the programming language. And it's an object, and here's the attributes. And
Exactly.
I can do autocomplete and all those things that you do in an IDE.
Yep.
Is that what you're, as opposed to, I'm going to do a RESTful call to something, and here's the string of parameters, and that's all I know, right? There's no help in how I use that. I just have to go and look all that stuff up and know what calls to make. Is that kind of what you're saying, is developing it in that environment of the language that you write code in?
Yeah, it's exactly it's exactly how you would expect it to be. Really. I feel like, to me, I've been programming since the 90s, and I'm kind of constantly trying to go back to like Borland C++, running on my machine, writing my code, compiling, and iterating and iterating and iterating. To me, programming is an incremental process, right? Like, it's not like I'm, at least in my head, right? Like I know that there are some engineers who are very top-down thinkers, and they would spend a day just thinking about what they want to do, and then write the code once, and that's it. But my experience is that most developers are not like that.
Most are, it's iterative.
Exactly,
Kind of
and so you want to write some code and test it and see how it behaves and play with it and tinker with it and change something, and that flow is completely broken in the cloud. It's really like you can't achieve that flow if you really want to use the cloud. And I think one of my criticisms and coming into KubeCon, actually, probably not a very popular opinion here, is that Kubernetes, in a sense, is helping to break that experience, because because of that, Kubernetes users are focusing only on their container. Like, as a developer, when I'm building stuff on Kubernetes, I would usually just build my container. That's my application. And so this separation between platform and application happens at the Kubernetes container level. Mm-hmm. But that means that my toolbox as a developer is constrained again to what's running inside this one machine. And so if I want a queue or a bucket or an API endpoint or a stream of big data or anything that's outside of this container, then that's not my responsibility. And so you see this situation, I'm calling it like containerized developers. Mm-hmm. You see these organizations that basically end up with this situation where developers are like honed into this corner, and they just build their code and they push it, and because they need that flow, so they're basically constrained to like just
isolate yourself from
everything that's like annoying about the environment. But then the result is that these companies are not really leveraging the clouds. Like you see them kind of obsessing about
You've got to go learn about all those services, or whether you use DynamoDB in a in an AWS environment or Kubernetes.
And learning is one part, but also integrating and delivering your applications that you. If I'm as a developer want a DynamoDB table in such an environment, I need to call my platform team and tell them, I need this storage, and then they would provision the. We actually talk to customers like, yeah, they asked for a bucket last week. We just deployed it in the staging environment. Now we can't go to production because we need to go and deploy this bucket to... That doesn't make sense, right? A bucket should be like a simple primitive. It should be like an array, when you're writing code.
Sure.
And so in Wing, that's your experience. Okay. It's like new bucket, and then you get a bucket. New queue, and you get a queue. And you can just use it as if it was in your space.
So, talk a little bit about where you are in kind of product evolution, what's available today, how can people get access to it? Do they download something, log on to something? Tell us the experience.
Yeah, so winglang.io is the homepage for the open source project, and GitHub is another great place. We have a community that's forming around the project, which is amazing. I'm actually coming from the CDK was this incredible community that we built around the CDK. This community is even better. I feel like there's so much passion and excitement about this approach. And even though the project is still very early and there are many things that you can do with it, we see a lot of people coming in and contributing and actually helping us build this. And so our focus is mostly on the open source side right now. Mm-hmm. And we have some plans for launching a platform, so you can. So again, you can just use this open source project. You can compile, and the output is Terraform and JavaScript, and then you can go and deploy it to your cloud account and integrate it with your existing processes. And so you can be completely independent with the open source. But what we think is that we can add a lot of value to the delivery phase, which is what happens after you've compiled.
Right.
Because we have a lot of understanding of your application's anatomy and how it's structured, and so we believe we can actually create this really appealing delivery experience and operational experience that's designed for these types of cloud applications. And so that's our plan from a commercial standpoint.
A lot of people have done very successfully that, right? Open source, and then offered as a platform or SaaS or some variation of that. So time to value is very quick. Just I've got an account, I have whatever now, I'm hooked up to my environment. I'm ready to go.
And it's not about hosting the open source. It's not like an open core strategy.
We're not running it
because it's not a service, right?
It's a cloud service.
It's a development tool. And so the open source, I feel programming languages needs to be open source because the community needs to help shape where this project is going. And so in that sense, that has a life of its own. But I do think that we can provide value downstream for companies, for enterprises to basically close the loop, right, on the production side. And I'm super excited about that. I feel like it's going to be really fun. I can tell.
So folks can go to GitHub. They can go to winglang.io, download the open source, run it themselves.
There's also a playground that you can use online and play with it.
Check it out on the website. Kind of get a feel for it. Very cool. So that's the place to go right now. Tell us, things are happening very quickly, right? You're at that stage where innovation's happening almost every day, it seems like. Where do you think you're going to be in, say, 6 months? Not very far down the road, but kind of picture, into the first quarter of next year. What do you think the next set of things that are going to happen for you?
So for us, it's basically getting, helping people use this thing to build complex, big applications, identifying amazing use cases where this shines the most. I feel like there are some use cases where we're providing a great solution, but it's not completely game-changing. I think that there are definitely use cases where this is game-changing, right? Like really shifts the innovation cycle for developers. And so for me, the focus is getting those production applications running, making sure that they have the right building blocks in our SDK, and the ecosystem, and basically this initial platform that seeing some users starting to use this initial platform for deploying that, and So very excited to, very important 6 months for the company.
Very important stage.
Yes, exactly.
If people want to contribute to the open source, is it primarily Golang, or what languages are you building it
We're
in?
using TypeScript,
Oh, TypeScript,
Rust,
okay.
Rust, and Wing, actually.
Okay.
So what happened recently is that Wing has become mature enough so we can actually start writing components of the SDK in Wing. We started with TypeScript because we basically bootstrapped the project from the CDK ecosystem, so we actually leverage a lot of the technologies that I built at AWS, and that was a great way to get started. But we were at the point where we're actually able to start using Wing ourselves to basically build Wing. And our compiler is written in Rust, so it's actually a really interesting
very good.
mix.
Yeah, performance and scalability. So was there an ideal scenario, like greenhouse projects starting from scratch, that's the best, or can people who are maybe already working in development, an app they're supporting in production, can you start to introduce it there, or are we not quite to that use case yet?
I think for some use cases you can easily migrate into Wing, but I think in those use cases, the value, the differentiating value of this unified programming model is not necessarily going to be immediately visible. And I'll explain. If you're in a containerized world, then you can easily take your containers and deploy them using Wing. And you can actually do this today. As I said, we launched this container support, and so you can do new workload and put your image in Docker file. It'll automatically build everything, and there's support in the simulator, so you can actually test your applications. So migrating from any container platform should be easy, right? Because again, you've containerized your application. But I think the value, you'll see most of the value when you're starting to add more resources around it.
Do all the other things.
And in those cases, I think a lot of new projects, but new projects not completely new, but basically new microservices. Let's say you have a new microservice in your system, and you want to try out Wing. It'll technically supposed to integrate pretty nicely with your existing environment, because again, you're getting a Terraform that you can go and deploy into your account. And so if you're building this new microservice, you have a bunch of other microservices in your system, or resources and data, then it should be easy to take Wing for a spin and try to use it for those use cases. And I hope you won't be able to go back, right? I feel like it's an irresistible experience.
Well, and maybe even just the contributing to development, that will also hook people in. So everybody go to winglang.io, as well as GitHub, and you can get a hold of the source. You can go try out the kind of sandbox environment that you have. So, Ivan, right, is that your first name?
Elad.
Elon, thank you. Elon Ben Israel. It's going to be a long wait.
Wish you just getting started.
Yeah, just getting started.
Want some coffee, maybe?
I think I've had too much already, actually. Wish you the best of luck. It's so much fun to be at this stage and engaging with people and getting feedback of hope you go the right direction. So I wish you great success. Come back and tell us how it's going.
Will do.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
You bet. Be sure and check it out. This is the fun kind of projects to get involved in. And it's early enough, you can have whatever role you want to have. So it's great about open source and new technology. So check out Wing. We'll be back in just a minute with our next interview.
Hey everyone, it's Alan Schimmel, Techstrong TV, and we're back here live at KubeCon in the windy city of Chicago. It wasn't that windy out. It was actually pretty warm this morning. I thought it was going to be worse, so we're really happy about that. I am joined by Peyton O'Neill, Director Marketing at Apiro. Peyton, first of all, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Peyton we've been working with Peyton, well,
Long
even
time.
before you were at Apiro. Yeah, a long time. And, you know, coming here to KubeCon, it is about seeing a lot of old friends. Apiro is a company we've been working with for a while too, but I realize not everyone is going to be familiar with Apiro. So why don't we start there, if it's okay, Peyton?
Sure.
Give us a little bit of Apiro background.
Sure. So Apiro, this is our second KubeCon, North America. Application security space, we definitely are sort of bridging the gap between developers and application security teams, but really trying to solve two core problems. One is that traditional AppSec tools suck. They create a lot of noise. This is a known problem in the space. Everyone this year is talking about noise, reducing noise, cutting through the noise. But two, which is a problem we don't talk about as much, is all of the processes that AppSec teams rely on to understand their application attack surfaces and ultimately prevent attacks, breaches, etc. So we sort of flip that model on its head. We're taking a very risk-based approach. Of course, everyone's saying risk-based approach. What does that mean? It means understanding context of your application and your business to define what really is a risk, and then use that to take action, whether it's shifting left, so giving that feedback to developers earlier in the development lifecycle, or alerting your application security team, or even using, you know, a design flaw that we determine is high risk to trigger a threat model, or even add to your pen test scope. So. So those are the two main spaces, and it's kind of an emerging market. Application security posture management, really just kind of well-defined this year. We're excited to see where it goes next year. There's a lot of vendors in this space already. If there's one thing AppSec is good at, it's
attracting vendors.
Attracting vendors.
Well, you know, so I've been in the security space a long time, as you know. So from a VC point of view, or the glass half full point of view, is because no one's doing it right? If someone was doing it right, you would have the traditional three vendors and that's
totally.
So that's the mark of an emerging market with vendors who have not quite. And
it's a trickle effect of, you know, you had the Vericodes and your traditional SaaS
the old
tools.
app. So as you said, AppSec was noisy. You know, when we talk about noisy, it's more than noisy. The problem is it generates so much data that it's not just the noise, it's the signal-to-noise ratio.
Totally.
Right? So if you have a lot of noise, but there's a lot of nuggets there, great. But when you have to, like, you know, look for that needle in the haystack,
exactly,
it doesn't work. Now, some people will tell you, oh, we have AI or we have ML or whatever that finds the needles in the haystacks for you. Again, no one's really, they talk that game, but we don't really see the answer to that. So that's an issue.
Bullet. Yeah, so it's both about bringing all of those signals together, so you do have like a unified control plane to see everything in one place. And then our approach, that's a little bit different from some other vendors, is going really, really deep on the context. So both in code, so understanding where PII exists, being able to extrapolate every type of application component, language, framework, technology, and then also connecting to your running Kubernetes clusters or API gateways to get that runtime context. Is it deployed? Is it internet facing? You need all of these factors to be able to say, this is a risk that I need to address right now, or that I'm going to block a build or block a pull request for. Unfortunately, DevSecOps tried to shift security left, but it really just shifted the same problem left. So
well, it shifted right, and well, what it did is it put security on the back of the developer who was probably already overworked.
Exactly.
I think what we've seen, Peyton, is a lot of even the AppSec vendors. I did a Techstrong TV. We do this video series called DevOps Unbound.
Yep.
And we had one on AppSec recently. And I saw a different tune. Actually, it wasn't DevOps Unbound. It was our SecOps virtual event. And I did a panel on there about, it was called the Sock and the Knock.
Okay.
Little Dr. Seussy thing. Even the AppSec vendors were saying, we got to shift all over. You can't just shift left. You got to shift everywhere. And I think that's a theme that's up and coming of, look, we got to go where the problems are in security. Software supply chain security, the SBOM stuff, the observability security issues. These are all things that
they're all
real
interconnected.
And they all.
Risk is multidimensional. Attackers don't think in CVEs or CVSs.
Nor did they think about, I want to exploit what this vendor does, not what that vendor does.
Right.
So, you guys are here at the show. I know it's early on Tuesday here.
It is. Just open the door.
What do you think?
It's great. Detroit was quieter last year.
Detroit was the first after COVID one. I think COVID is, no one gives a crap about it anymore. So I was in Amsterdam. You didn't do Amsterdam.
No, we didn't do Amsterdam.
It was more like this.
Yeah.
Though European.
Yeah.
Food was better. Not really. Amsterdam was okay, but Chicago's good for food. No dissing Chicago.
But it's great to see so many security vendors here.
It's a very strong security.
Couple years, you've just seen such an influx. First with more of like the infrastructure security, cloud security shifting left. My previous company created Chekhov, an open source tool.
Yeah, sure.
And now application security joining the team. We have tons and tons of vendors, so it's great to see.
What it is we've seen a shift from a really very dev-centric KubeCon to ops-centric. And I think that's security's part of that.
Yep, all the projects around open source security and supply chain security
are huge.
All of these are interconnected, and the cloud native ecosystem relies on all of these components, so we need to be here.
It's also the primacy of security. Security is a priority. So now you guys didn't have necessarily an announcement here, but I know you guys got some stuff in the works.
We're working on some stuff.
I don't want to get you in trouble.
No trouble.
But no, it's just you and I. No one else is here.
No one here. Nobody.
What do you guys got working on? Whatever you can tell us.
Natural progression of this market, and a lot of vendors are already starting to combine more and more elements. Having native context is really important for the core components of cloud native applications. So APIs, very, very important to have a strong understanding of your inventory. Open source dependencies, obviously the percentage of usage in code bases is 90%, whatever they're saying now. And pipelines and source control managers are the next part of that.
So, absolutely.
Completing our coverage there, having a really strong story about being able to connect all of those potential risks into what might be a toxic combination that an attacker could easily use to get in the front door. And some more. I'll stop there. Not go too far.
Yeah, otherwise we won't have you on next year. Let's talk about this now. So this is KubeCon. Where else, if people want to are planning on going to some conferences, will you guys be maybe at reInvent or RSA or any of these shows?
So reInvent is a tricky one in AppSec. There's really, if you look at the partners of AWS and AppSec, there's really not that many. We are working on having a tighter alignment there, more to come there.
Okay.
But of course, always the RSAs, always the Black Hats. We do a lot with OWASP. They're a solid foundation that's been around for a long time.
Absolutely.
There's some synergies, of course, with the CNCF and Linux and OWASP. So, regional events, love them. KubeCon is always a favorite.
And of course, if people can't get to see you in person, they go on the web. It's apiro, APIRO.com.
Yep.
And they can find out about all these things happening that you're hinting at.
Follow us on
keep your eye on apiro.com.
Yep.
Or look, you can catch it on Well, you guys are on Security Boulevard.
Yep.
You hit all our bases.
Of
Security
course.
Boulevard, DevOps.com, Cloud Native now. They're on all of them.
Of course.
Peyton, enjoy
Thanks for having
the
me.
show. It's
Great
a pleasure
to see
have you here.
Always.
Apiro.com, check it out. We're live in Chicago. We're shooting out so you can see some of the traffic here. It's a busy show floor.
It is. Sure is. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks for
All
having
right, we're
me.
going to take a break. We'll be back here in a second live at KubeCon, Cloud Native Con. This is Alan Schimmel. We're out. Good?
everybody. Welcome back to KubeCon here, 2023 in Chicago. More great conversations. Speaking of which, my new best friend, who I just met, Puneet Gupta. Welcome from Amberflow.
That's right. So nice to be with you.
Nice to meet with you. Fellow entrepreneur, love your story coming out of your last position, I guess, with AWS and doing this company for a few years now. And you're in this Kubernetes space, so tell us, that's a pretty big space. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about what you're up to.
Yeah, sure. Maybe I'll just sort of give a quick intro about the company, and then we'll certainly dive into how we are helping the Kubernetes Docker infrastructure and the developer network there. So Amberflow.io, I'm the founder CEO. Company's about 3 years old. We're venture-backed, Bay Area-based. And what we do is we enable businesses to charge and track on usage. Okay. So our platform is called Cloud Metering and Usage-Based Pricing and Billing Platform. Okay. And this is, I think, I'm sure you're seeing it all across. Back 3 years ago when we started the company, it was kind of, most of the folks were still on the fence whether businesses are going to shift towards usage-based pricing and billing model, but I think now the cat's out of the bag. More and more companies are going down that way, and of course, that itself intersects the Kubernetes Docker infrastructure. I'm sure we'll get into that. So we enable those companies, either you're already down the path or you're wanting to go down the path from a traditional model to shifting towards usage-based pricing and billing. We provide the cloud metering, usage-based pricing and billing infrastructure and enable them to do that.
Just having made my own transition years back, moving into cloud early in AWS days, but having that conversation with your financial people, budgeting, whatever it is, then you just didn't know. You would find out once you got there. I don't know if that's still happening. It's like we kind of need to get there to know yet, or is that something you can help people do, kind of get an idea of what our pricing is going to be?
Yeah.
Or you just step in when it's kind of out of control, bring it back in line?
Yeah, it's it's a little bit of a mixed bag. Usually it's a function of what we're seeing is kind of company, the type of company, like if you're a platform-oriented company or you're applications-oriented company. And then second, I would sort of call them maturity curve in the cloud. Those are sort of the two functions that kind of determine where they are on that trajectory and how they're looking at it on both in terms of opportunity or the pain point. But I think increasingly though, we're seeing sort of things starting to converge where wherever the companies are on the landscape on that journey, I would say just maybe in the last year or so, there have been few things, particularly just in the last 6 months, this generative AI, LLM wave, that has been a huge catalyst. Whoever was kind of on the fence, was not sure, for whatever reasons, as you said, I don't have visibility, I don't like this model because my finance team don't have visibility. Everybody's just lock, stock, and barrel starting to capitulate that this is the model to go forward. We can unpack it some more. So that's sort of what we're seeing. I think, it is definitely maybe right now, I would say 2023 could itself be sort of that inflection point where it was should we not, to becoming more mainstream, where it's just you have to do it. It's not a question of if, it's only a question of when.
Do you think, maybe both, but do you think we need to move it too quickly to do something in our own environment and spin it up, or do you think it's more, we just don't have the resources and don't know that we want to take the time to go buy whatever hardware environment to do this?
Yeah, I think it is one of those things, if you look at, again, just overall, I call sort of the maturity curve in the cloud, and what I mean by that is, if you're building your IT stack, your cloud native IT stack, and you look at the building blocks within that, I would say you are going to arrive at a conclusion that this is best suited to outsource and get a vendor. And here's the reason why, not just, of course, the fact that we offer a solution, but there is a reason we're offering this solution because
the reason why you're doing what you're doing.
The reason we're doing it because we see a market for a couple of reasons. One is, it is, and part of the reason also plays to your earlier question, yes, it is a little bit of a heavier lift than just sitting down and back of the envelope coming up with $100 per user per month. So that's easy to do, and it didn't require a level of infrastructure to do that, because there's just a couple of guys in the finance or in the back office, and you come up with a pricing plan, and you can run with it for a long while. Usage-based pricing and billing does require some upfront investment in infrastructure, right? So now the question is, where do we start? And some of this has been a function of where the market has been, there weren't that many solutions out there, third party. So most companies ended up building. If you look at certainly the first batch of companies, the cloud companies, AWS and others, but I would say even the next layer of companies that came about, 10 years back, 12 years of the world, Databricks, MongoDB, Snowflake, all of these guys had to build this infrastructure in-house because there wasn't anything out there. But I would say today, if you're starting a company, if you're a startup, mid-market, even large companies, you really have to think about, do you really want to invest in this area? Is this a core competency, particularly now that there are solutions available? So it's one of those build versus buy conversation.
Ironic, it's almost like do I want to build another data center, back in that generation. So you're specifically in the Kubernetes space? Or a little broader than that?
Yeah, so we are a horizontal platform.
Okay.
And so when we say metering and usage-based pricing and billing, let me outline sort of what are the constructs of metering. So it is a horizontal platform, but it is particularly suited also for Kubernetes and Docker infrastructure. And I'll unpack that. So metering basically at its base level is a usage instrumentation framework. Okay. Now, the moment you say that, you right away start thinking, okay, well, observability and monitoring and something else, they're also sort of usage instrumentation, but metering is different. Metering is designed to give you that level of granularity, that level of visibility on what is being used, by whom, where, and how much. So if you think about it, why, as I mentioned, all of these other companies ended up building a metering infrastructure, despite the fact that there were other tools out there in the observability realm, is because today, if you are wanting to get an idea about how much of my infrastructure is being consumed by which customer, that's the holy grail, right? Everybody wants to have that level of granularity, that visibility, because it plays into your margins. Am I operating my business profitably, or who are my profitable customers, who are not? Everybody wants to have that visibility. So today, in the absence of metering, what most companies are trying to do is use a solution that parses your AWS bill or your cloud provider's bill, and then you get some insights, and then you try to layer things on top of that, maybe by virtue of tagging, and try to kind of come to a level of visibility on, okay, what is being used.
Some kind of an allocation mechanism based on some labels and tags.
So now here's the thing.
Still, that's pretty imprecise.
It is, right? Okay. But here's the thing, and I think there's ample data and evidence that that model has not scaled. You have new companies that are coming up with the same approach, and while people are using it, but I won't say that this problem has been solved. Nobody's out there saying, yeah, I've kind of solved this. Soup to nuts, I know exactly at a granular level what my customers are using and what my margin analysis is. The reason is, and I think this is important, especially at this conference of Kubernetes and Docker, so if you look at anything that you're going to do downstream on the backs of a bill, think about it this way. You are using a single tenant artifact, bill, I call it a single tenant artifact, to instrument a multi-tenant infrastructure. Okay? AWS generates the bill for you as a single customer. It's a single tenant artifact. It has information about you as a customer. AWS does not know who your customers are. So you try to layer all these things, tagging, all that, try to get to that. Another simple way to look at this is ask yourself the following question. If you are inside any one of these large cloud providers, AWS, Azure, Google, and I was running a couple of services over there, I can categorically tell you, for me to do my cost analysis, I was not waiting around for my AWS bill. I had my own infrastructure.
It's too late. That cow's out of the barn or whatever.
Exactly, right. So metering is that artifact which was designed to do usage instrumentation purposely, singularly, accurately, at scale, at price performance. Okay? And you can see when you look at the data structure for metering, it is designed precisely for that, gives you that level of flexibility. So metering is the foundation, and once you put this metering foundation, now whether it's a Kubernetes cluster, or it's an EC2 farm of servers, or anything custom that you build, it's the same artifact. What is being used, by whom, where, how much?
So let me ask, if you can peel back the covers without giving away too much, is there data that most customers don't know is available in AWS, or probably that, but also the knowledge of how to put it all together so you can start to instrument of saying, these things belong to this app and that's how much resource of whatever kind they use?
Yeah. Precisely. So that is the job of a metering service. If you're going to go out there and evaluate a metering service, look for that the service answers that question, not just today, but into the future. So today you have X amount of workloads, you have a Kubernetes Docker infrastructure, maybe you have something else, but over time it's going to grow. You're going to build new applications, new systems. Seek a metering service that provides you a standardized single API artifact to send you events into the metering service, domain agnostic. Okay. So in this case, you want to instrument of my Docker cluster, which application is using which part of my Docker framework, which containers are being spun up, which ones are being torn down, which ones are being scaled out horizontally, right? All of that is instrumentation that metering gives you the flexibility to whatever extent you want to meter that. And the other output of a metering service then is real-time ingestion, aggregation, slicing data over time stream, and giving you those analytics back in a dashboard. All of that contained in a box.
I mean, sounds like if I got this right, you're literally going from a bill, you're trying to dissect, slice and dice and figure it out, to really a real-time stream, data stream, that's then being analyzed and assigned to whatever attributes. And it also sounds like, let me see if I'm guessing this right. It sounds like you're an abstraction layer to that data, because I got to imagine not every service has the same APIs for gathering that metering telemetry kind of information. So are you sort of abstracting that to make it so you've got a common API to pull that data from whatever service?
Yeah, so it is an abstraction layer in the sense that it is a developer tool. So unlike Bill, where you are relying on somebody else to aggregate information for you and then give you a static file, and then you try to go back and read up the static file. One of the things we used to say inside AWS when I got going and we were building the pricing for the services that my team launched is this thinking that you don't work your way backwards from pricing and billing into metering. You work your way forward from metering into pricing and billing.
I like to do it that way.
Exactly, right? So if you think about, but today what's happening is a lot of folks working their way backwards, trying to instrument from a static bill. So back to, so it is a layer of abstraction, but in that realm, it's much like, how you would deploy a logging system or a monitoring system. There's an API. You have flexibility in the data structure that you want to send into that API, but the API itself is in tune to ingest events at scale and also do a couple of things, which is a little bit technical, how they're different from some other monitoring frameworks. So metering by design, Mitch, is designed to be accurate. So things like item potency, data deduplication, these are core design pieces, design tenets of a metering service. Basically what it means is set it and forget it. You're going to invest in this once, you should invest in this only once and once ever. Put this infrastructure in place and it should work like magic today and into the future. So send the events and set it and forget it. One more aspect to further bring some clarity to this. So why do it metering? Can I get by with monitoring observability? No. Because metering ultimately will feed data into pricing and billing, cost allocation, all of those things, accuracy matters, right? Accuracy matters, data lineage and audit trail matters. Somebody downstream is going to raise their hand, be it internal, external, hey, I don't trust this invoice, I don't trust this bill.
How did that get
Okay, you're going to have to walk your way backwards all the way to the raw event to know exactly what happened. And if you're not doing it through a metering infrastructure, you're going to pull a team from finance, you're going to pull a team from product, from QA, from engineering, and you're going to go into a remediation exercise. Not scalable, right? So this is the infrastructure framework that puts you on that path.
Yeah, that's going to happen the first budget meeting or first, QBR, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, great number, but how did you get that number? Well, I can think of so many times where I wish I would have been able to know, instead of just coming up with the general allocation and who knows how close that really is. So another question for you is, it's accessible via API. Is that the only way? I have to build kind of a dashboard to it or implement it into whatever instrumentation I have? Or do you also have a UI that people can use?
Yeah, great question. So, in fact, I would ask your audience, if you go looking for one, metering, anybody who's offering you a metering service should present it as a platform-oriented service. Okay. So if they're going to say, first let's check if it's a platform-oriented service, and if they're going to say it is, And as you asked me, so there's a sort of a pretty common checklist that you're going to ask if somebody's claiming to be a platform-oriented service. Okay, make it easy for me to get events into your service. So API is certainly a good starting point, but it needs to also make it further easy for you to do that, so SDKs are necessary, right? Because APIs are APIs, but if you're building in Python or Java or whatever, then having native SDKs are helpful because they can do a lot of the heavy lifting for you. So that's a good hallmark to see if somebody's claiming to be a platform service that they have that. APIs, SDKs, auto-scalable, horizontally scalable, price performance, it's self-price on a usage model, right? So you can start.
So your pricing is on a usage model too.
Yes, it'll be.
So I have to meter the metering.
Yeah, there you go. It'll be harakiri.
Who watches the watchers, right?
That's right. Yeah.
You're gonna watch.
Imagine that. If we are propagating, you should shift to usage-based pricing and billing, and we ourselves are not. Yeah.
You might lose a little credibility if you're like, yeah, we can't meter our own stuff.
No, so it has to be.
Here.
It's a developer artifact. It's a platform service. It's in the cloud. It's cloud native. It has to be priced on a usage-based model. Otherwise, I think you're speaking on both sides of your mouth. Yeah.
So I don't know if this is the most important question today, but to me it'd be one I'd want to know is, so what does it take for me to see this, try this, to know enough it's going to do what I want it to do, solve the problem for me, not make the job more work, but hopefully less. How do people, what's the user experience, to use a developer experience kind of label?
It's, it's pretty seamless. So if we hold the bar on what is a good developer experience, some of the things we already talked about. So it's very straightforward. If any of the developers have worked with any kind of observability or monitoring tool or logging tool, it's basically in that realm. Start off with the API, start off with the SDK, just send their event. And at least what we say to our customers, you send us the event and we take care of the rest. And we literally do. So as these events are emanating, right, you have this instrumentation in your Kubernetes cluster as containers are being spun up, workloads are being used. You will have in your technology stack the attribution data. It's there in the stack. It gets lost by the time it gets to the build. So right there in your technology stack, you basically create an event, metering event based on our SDK or API. Send us the event, metering service will persist it, will aggregate it, will slice it over time stream, will give you the aggregated analytics in real time with a built-in dashboard. You now have a system of record in place for usage instrumentation. The cloud starts to part, and you can do many great things once you put this foundation in place.
Okay, so I think I understand better now. That API is really what lets the customer decide what we're going to meter, right? Here's all the data flowing into it. Here's what I care about. Might be a lot of attributes that at this level don't mean anything, but I do want to track, what transactions cost per user, whatever it is.
Exactly, yeah, and that's why, so domain agnostic, like we are, and you asked earlier, so the intersection with Kubernetes or Docker, I mean, the metering service should be that, domain agnostic, meaning we as a provider look at meter as really your domain. I mean, as long as the event has a date and timestamp, and you wish to aggregate and slice it over time stream, it's a candidate for meter. You want to track how many times the wheel rotates, obviously Kubernetes clusters, containers, EC2 storage, API calls, how high the bird fly, doesn't matter. Meter is a meter.
Okay, I'm still trying to parse the meters, metering the meter, and what meters that, but that's a whole nother problem. Hey, that's great meeting you.
Mitch, so nice to chat with
you. Folks can find out more. Tell them amberflow.io, right?
Yeah, sure thing. So if you guys want to check it out, amberflow.io, come visit our website. We're also here at KubeCon with a booth. Stop by our booth. And I'd love to engage with you. Not a sales pitch per se, but if you're even on the fence or wanting to just learn about some best practices around the shift to usage-based pricing and billing, happy to have a chat with you.
Great. Turn your developers loose.
Absolutely.
Get that information you've always wanted to have. All right, have a great show. Thanks for coming to talk with us, and we wish you great success.
Yes.
We will be back with more great interviews. Diversity, variety of topics we're talking about are all great things, and the whole FinOps space has been a big thing. So here's a way to get that detail. We'll talk to you in just a minute with our next guest.
everyone. We're back here at KubeCon, and it's bustling, man. It's a crazy big floor with a lot of people walking around. So we hope you like this. You know, this is a little different than we usually do. We usually, people can't see the background because the cameras face this way. But we usually have sort of the typical background that you see at some of these other booths. But we wanted to give people kind of a flavor that we're live here.
We're in the middle of it.
We're in the middle of it. So kind of like if you ever watch Sunday Night Football at the end, you know, they always have that. So that's what we were shooting for. But anyway, let me introduce you to Tucker Calloway. Tucker is the CEO of a company called Mesmo. Now, some of you may have heard of, I think it was LogDNA.
LogDNA before, yeah.
And they, you know, they pivoted, was it about 4 years ago?
About 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
I've been here for 4, but the big change was 2 years ago. We renamed to
Mesmo, and you know, a slightly different mission, let's call it. And then I had a chance to catch up with Tucker at RSA last, I guess it was last April.
Yeah,
March
late
or
April. Yeah.
This year it's May, so I think it was
April last
around
year.
then last year. And for those of you who want to catch that interview, it's actually available on Techstrong TV.
Yeah.
If you look up RSA 2023, it's there. But, so Tucker, before we get into that, let's back up. Mesmo. Not everyone out here knew LogDNA either, so don't worry about it.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Let's start there. Let's talk about the mission.
Yeah, so the mission of Mesmo is essentially to help people with their telemetry data. So we've found that there's really kind of 3 main problems in the telemetry data space. Like there's too much of telemetry data, it's not in the right format, it's not in the right location. So that was kind of one of our founding kind of principles of
I think that
solving the problem.
Those are 3 rock solid.
Hard to debate.
Hard to debate. That's the good way of putting that.
Yeah.
And also, quite frankly, all 3 problems are like, they compound each other. So it's like, you know, you have too much data. That's a big problem.
Yeah.
But we have too much data that we don't know how to categorize. So that exponentially makes that problem worse.
Yeah.
So these are like
compounding problems. No question about it.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
So when we were at RSA, you felt like you were kind of on the cusp of a realization. Right, you were going to help customers. Why don't you? Well, you tell the story better than me.
So, as we were talking about earlier, like we had just launched this new product capability, the telemetry pipeline at RSA. We've got a lot of great customers and great experience since then. When we think about the core value of what it provides, it helps people with cost, it helps people get better insights, and helps people enforce compliance. What we were surprised by, though, in the last couple months is how little people actually understand of their data. In fact, like we've put a lot of time and effort as an industry into getting control of our applications and getting control of our infrastructure, but we haven't really gotten control of our telemetry data yet, and that's like the big opportunity that we see. But with that, in order to get that value I described, people didn't need to understand their data better. And so that was a big real revelation for us, and we just launched our data profiling capability that helps people categorize and understand baseline, do the schema management for their data, which is a really strong foundation for kind of data ops principles applied to telemetry data. Then the next thing we found after we solved that problem was now that they understood their data and they were able to optimize it because they understood it, they also realized that like the context in telemetry data changes rapidly. So for example, like you don't want to store all this data because you don't need it until you need it, and then you really need it. Yeah.
So I'll take a little. They do want to store the data because people are data hoarders.
The data hoarder,
It's when they get hit with the bill for storing all that data. They say, wait a second, I don't need all this data. Not at that price.
So something has to give somewhere.
Exactly.
And so what we realized though was like kind of if you take the bookend of this value, we think of it as understand, optimize, and respond. We talked about understand and optimize. The respond stage was a really important one for us. So when new context comes in, the pipeline can change its behavior and change its optimizations to account for the current flow of data and the current needs. So if you're sampling down to 20% and you see an event, you see performance, you can rehydrate, reprocess, dynamically change the responsiveness of the pipeline and get all the data to the right location for the right people, which helps address the cost problem, but also gives you the full visibility that you need.
So, you know, if one was going to do like a business school case study on this,
Yeah.
someone who's not from this industry would say, hey, just the fact that you discovered that most of these organizations don't even know how much data or what data they have would be enough to build a company around.
Yeah. I'd like to think so.
No,
Yeah.
it's logical.
Yeah,
it makes sense.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's the threshold.
Yeah.
Because, like, I think you hit the nail on the head here, Tucker, which is once they recognize that, now there's a whole new vista of realization for them.
Yeah.
Of, holy mackerel, I got all this data. Now I want to start understanding it. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm seeing stuff I never thought I'd see. Maybe I intuitively thought I had, but I got the goods now.
We like to think of that as being mesmerizing.
Right, okay, I love it.
Which is a derivative.
Mesmerized by Mesmo.
I could not take the shot, but that
was your shot.
That's the derivative of the name.
I feel used.
Yeah,
I feel used.
I got back you into it a little bit.
Yeah. But so now you're mesmerized.
Yeah.
And now, like, oh my God, what can I do with this? And that really becomes the business. And I guess that's now where you're.
The next step for us is clearly that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there's two plays on that too. There's a what do I do with it? Help me, tell me what to do. Give me the best practices that you know from all of your customers. What should I do? And so we'll be coming out probably later in the spring with something that actually allows you to simulate how that data might look when optimization is applied to it, so you can start to make those decisions more effectively. But then the second phase of that too is that also won't be sufficient for certain organizations that want to look at their data as a strategic advantage, and they're going to be looking for ways to take actions and drive more insights out of that data. And so the way we see that through recipes. We'll give you the standard offerings, but then you have the ability to go in and edit as code and go do the things you need to do to go derive more value out of that data if you're like ready for advanced yoga moves in the data space.
Got it.
So,
Got it. So my background security.
Yep.
Started a security company in 2001 and it was right when we were moving from like IDS to IPS.
Okay.
So intrusion detection to intrusion prevention. Same thing with vulnerability management. We were moving from just finding vulnerabilities to patching, remediating, not always patching, remediating. Seemed like who wouldn't want that? No brainer, right?
Yeah.
Just don't tell me I'm getting attacked. Block the damn thing, because by the time you tell me, the attack went through. Don't just tell me you found a vulnerability. Make sure I'm not getting exploited. But a funny thing I learned in that was a lot of people say, go slow here. I can't afford, because sometimes the vulnerability or the attack or the data that you want me to act on can affect something that I consider more valuable.
Yeah, fair enough, yeah.
And I like to go slow when it comes to letting a program or an application or a product just do things. Just give me my menu and I'll decide what I want to do. Now, of course, that was before the world of AI and ML and a lot of the automations. And quite frankly, the speed of business was probably a little slower then. Do you see a way station where people are going to want that? Just give me like best practices and I'll decide when, how, and where I want to implement it?
Yeah.
Or do we move right to, hey man, make it happen for me?
I think there's a way station. When we think about the data management, telemetry data management in general, the word that's the most important to us is trust. Right, so it's one thing to optimize the data, but you have to trust that data is constantly being optimized and handled in the right way for all those varying needs you described. So I do see that the first step is like a suggestion with a human in the loop. Like you want to hit that button still to say go, because you don't. And then as you build trust in that data and you know that the algorithms are working, then you'll let that go. Probably with some backstops on the side. Like I'm going to let it go, but I'm going to put it in S3 just in case. And then you'll start to optimize it more and more. And I think naturally, like almost like a real-time data platform operating system will start to evolve.
So really, the key there is trust.
Key is trust.
To build trust into the thing. also as the CEO, how do you build that trust?
Well, trust is always a trust. Trust is always
I'm interested.
You
Tell
know,
me.
but yeah, I think like anything else in life, you deliver trust through consistent delivery, right? And so that's where I think that human in the loop step is important, because you have to it has to be sustaining. It can't be a moment in time. It can't be the very first implementation. It's something that you earn over time, where people can count on you, or can count on the data, or count on the ways that you treat data to get you to the outcome that you want to go through. So it's really only through the delivery of outcomes to the customer that they will trust the systems and all those things. So
Makes sense.
yeah.
All right, got to do a little housekeeping.
Okay. Let's do it.
People who want to know more about Mesmo,
Come to the website. We've got an offer out there to profile anyone's data for free right now. So
do you really?
So
That's nice.
come to Mesmo.com or stop by our booth.
MEZMO.com.
MEZMO.com.
If you're out there in TV land, or if you're here at KubeCon, come by the booth.
I forget the number, but it's over there.
You know what? If you look
Yeah.
on the, I don't have it. If you look
Yeah.
on the back of your ID thing, you could actually look stuff
Yeah,
up
it's
like
back
that.
there. If you connect it to the Wi-Fi here at KubeCon, it's Mesmo data.
You know, I noticed that,
Is the
and I was
Wi-Fi,
like, wow, what
so-
a cool thing. Yeah.
So
Good
but
move
come see
there,
us.
Tucker.
Yeah,
Very
come see
cool.
us. Profile your data. Will give you insight and understanding into that, and talk to you about the next steps.
All right, check it out at Mesmo. Tucker, thanks for
having me.
Actually, we'll see you. Are you going to be at AWS?
Yeah, we'll be there. Yeah, I'll be there. Yeah.
So we'll be doing videos,
Okay.
not on the show floor. It'll be
Yeah.
a little quieter in a private suite.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you'll be at RSA.
We'll be at RSA.
We'll be there as
We
well.
might not be on the
Just
show
signed
floor
our
at
contract.
AWS just because of.
It's a little crazy there, isn't it?
Yeah.
A little pricey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. That's why we'll be at the Win in the studio.
I'll
But
see you there.
Come on up. I'll have coffee in
sounds good.
Danish. But RSA will be a broadcast alley, and we'll be doing our DevSecOps thing on Monday, and the usual kind
Awesome.
of RSA craziness.
Looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Check
Thanks,
out
Alan. Thanks,
Mesmo.com.
everybody.
Tucker Calloway here on Techstrong TV. We're going to take a break. I guess it's almost lunchtime here, but it's still busy.
Near
Stay
enough.
tuned. We're here all day. We'll be back. Bye-bye.
Hey there, welcome back to KubeCon here 2023 in Chicago, Chi-Town. So we're having a great time. First day of the conference, it's really going well. Lots of us, lots of people, very well attended. And as we said, having great conversations here on Techstrong TV, including with our next guest, Omri Gazit,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
With Acerta. Welcome, man. It's good to talk with you. We've chatted before, but it's been a while.
Here. Yeah.
Yeah, nice to be chatting with you. So, well, first of all, kind of tell us a little bit about Acerta and kind of what you guys do, and then we'll get into some good stuff.
Absolutely. Acerta is a cloud-native authorization platform. So we set out to solve authorization. And, my background has been in cloud-native technologies, from, 15, 20 years ago at Microsoft and at HP, building products like OpenStack and Cloud Foundry and at Microsoft Azure. And as an industry, we focused almost exclusively on the identity part and not so much on the access. Well, identity now is a solved problem, access, not so much. And so,
authentication isn't enough?
You'd think, so most people, like a layman audience, they basically go, but it's all auth, right? It's all auth. And you go, well, there's actually two parts to auth. Authentication, proving that you are who you say you are, passwords or biometrics or magic links, a lot of different ways of doing it now. Two-factor, but mostly it's all a problem, right? And authorization is, now that you're logged in, what can you do in the context of the application? What permissions do you have? What roles do you have? And so that has no standards, no developer services. It's kind of the Wild West. Mostly what people do is they bake a lot of spaghetti logic inside of their application.
And they think it's the directory's going to solve all that for them, and not really. That's more identity.
Exactly.
Maybe there's some access rules in it, but not certainly across the entire cloud platform
That's
or
right.
application.
Ironically, back in the days of Active Directory, I used to be involved. I used to run the project, and Azure Active Directory
That was you.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
It's our fault. It was easier back then because at least you had users belong to groups, LDAP groups, and then you would basically authorize based on what group the user was a part of. Today, there's no such thing. There's no global place where all of these roles and and groups and users are stored. So that's the problem that we're trying to solve.
So talk to us a little bit more then. What does that look like in today's cloud world? I remember the Active Directory days.
Yeah.
Kinda, sorta. It's been a while. But so what does it look like today? Where do you start? What do you have to then put in place as opposed to go roll your own, build your own?
Right, so today basically every microservice has to kind of hand roll its own, and a lot of teams we're now seeing that are basically intent on treating this as a cross-cutting concern. And the reason for that, primarily is security and agility. So security, broken access control is the #1 issue on the OWASP top 10 list. OWASP is the organization that does web application security. And so they basically have determined that a whopping 94% of the applications they test have some form of broken access control.
I can imagine.
So these organizations are no more. We can't deal with this anymore. Every time we have a breached identity, it wreaks havoc.
Well, think about how do you test that, right? Writing a test plan to go through every permutation of everybody's account.
And the problem is that all of
that.
It's application logic. So 20% of all the logic that application developers write are all these spaghetti logic if statements and switch statements. So what's the process? The first thing you need to do is extract all that logic, kind of take it out of the application, and express it in its own domain-specific language. And that's where cloud-native technologies come in. So we have a project called Open Policy Agent that's primarily used in infrastructure scenarios, like how to protect your Kubernetes cluster, what's called Kubernetes admission control. There's a project called Gatekeeper that's based on OPA. What we've done at Acerta is we've created a different open source project called Topaz. And it brings OPA as a decision engine, but then makes it possible for you to actually build API and application authorization using that same open source technology. So for example, if you wanted to go build something like Google Docs, right? And so you're, for example, an owner of a document and you want to share that document with me as a viewer. Well, you could basically assign it to me directly as a viewer, or you could basically say, well, I'm going to make the engineering group a viewer on this document. Actually, I'm going to make it a viewer on the folder, and I'm going to put all these documents in the folder. Well, that's pretty complex to build. That's how Google built its authorization model, and they extracted their own service out. It's called Zanzibar. And so what we've done is we've made it really easy to build Zanzibar-style authorization models that support RBAC and sharing, resource sharing, and we've bunched it up with OPA as the decision engine, so you get the best of both worlds. Policy as code, so you write an authorization policy in a domain-specific language, and policy as data. You get to express these relationships between subjects, users, and objects, like documents or folders or things like that, and we'll evaluate all that stuff for you.
It seems like also you would be able to have some audit trail on changes over time, right? Instead of this stuff embedded in the app and nobody knows why that changed, or that it even changed, right?
That's one of what we call the 5 laws of authorization. So we'd say the first one is you extract your, like authorization as a cross-cutting concern. The second one, policy, policy-based. Third one is fine-grained. Fourth one is real-time. Fifth one is centralized decision logs. Why? Because not just for audit trails and compliance, but also for forensics, right? So if you have a breached identity, what did they do in the application? Well, if you log every decision that each one of these microservices has made, now you have like basically a trail to follow. Your security team can look at it and say, this breached identity was able to do this, this, and this, before we were able to find it and cut it off. And so all of that stuff is critical. That's what we call the 5 laws of authorization.
Just like a Linux sysadmin, wants to see privilege escalation. Yes. How did it happen? Who did it? What's the, backtrack into how that
And now
occurred.
You want to do it for applications, not just for the operating system, not just for the infrastructure.
So if you take all that code out, what replaces it? Is it API calls to a cloud service? You said it's open source. You're running an instance of this in your data center. How does that work?
Exactly. So that's one of the precepts that I was talking about, real time. Authorization is the critical path of every application request, right? So you can't take 100 millisecond network latency to go to an internet hosted server across the internet from you just to know whether Mitch can actually read this document. Like, that's just not going to work. And so you have to have the authorizer deployed right next to your application. And that's what our Topaz open source project is. It's an authorizer. It's distributed as a Docker container, but it's just a binary that you can run anywhere. And so it makes lightning fast authorization decisions based on local data. But then you want a control plane that manages the life cycle of the policies, all of the data, and the decision logs. And that's what Asserto brings to the table. So we have a distributed systems architecture where all the authorization happens locally, but all the policies and the data and the decision logs are managed centrally.
Okay, and is the local stuff like cached also data that's relevant to things happen there? Okay,
so that's
where you get the speed, yeah.
That's right, so the control plane is responsible for refreshing all the data, making sure that the authorizers have the latest up to the minute data, up to the second data, and then the authorizers can make a decision based on local data, and they can make it in a millisecond, literally as fast as a millisecond.
So security, every security person's probably thinking, okay, so in our domain today, it's like get in, move laterally, move up into the directory,
exactly.
Right? In this kind of a world, how do you battle against or protect against that kind of an approach to attacking this?
So the idea is to really adhere to the principle of least privilege, and the approach of fine-grained authorization goes hand in hand with that. I like to say there is no zero trust without fine-grained authorization. If you're still resorting to basically assigning these coarse-grained, over-provisioned roles to your users, you're not really kind of fixing the problem. But what you need is a fine-grained access control system where you're not just a viewer or an editor or an admin for the entire application. You may be like an owner of a resource in that application. And so you don't need over-provisioning. You don't need to be able to see every resource to have owner-level access to this resource. Fine-grained access control is what gives that to you. And so if we really want to solve the kind of access control issues, the broken access control issues that are just pervasive, we have to go with a fine-grained approach.
Okay, interesting. It would also be the case that the fact that you have a kind of local agent running in a container, pretty limited in what it can do, right? It's caching, it's making API calls back to the control plane. a lot of what's happening is in the control plane, the data behind it.
Exactly.
So your attack surface is really just locally.
Exactly.
Unless you can try to figure out where that is, what it is, and how to get to it.
Right. I mean, you have complete isolation. The authorizer is essentially read-only with respect to the data that it has. You could basically have it, once it gets all of its commands from the control plane, you can't mess with what's in it. Right, so it'll literally, you can turn off the ports that allow you to write any data or policies into that container. So the attack surface is essentially reduced down to just making authorization calls. And since it's read-only, you can't really attack it. And the control plane is hardened on our side. So, by having that separation between the control plane and the data plane, you've really vastly reduced your overall surface area that you have to secure.
And maybe you mentioned this to me earlier, or I had a brilliant flash, probably you mentioned it, is, one of the things about doing an application logic is it's in memory, right? And if you're doing switches and things like that to control what features people can, level of granularity, great, just get in memory, twiddle a few bits, and now I can do whatever I want. If it's going through, no, I don't determine that in my code. This gives me the result of yes, no, what the privilege is, right?
Yeah, and so that really enables that separation of duties. So application developers no longer have to worry about writing all this authorization logic. 20% of their code, 20%. I mean, imagine
it's all
the opportunity
bug-free, right? All that stuff we write, all that authorization logic we wrote, no bugs in that.
Exactly, no bugs at all. I mean, those broken access control, vulnerabilities, we don't know how they got there.
Yeah,
but it frees the application developer from worrying about that, and instead you can give it to a security professional and security engineer, and they can now reason about the entire surface area. All that logic, authorization logic, is now extracted, expressed in a domain-specific language. You can reason about the entire surface area of the authorization of the application.
This may not be a fair comparison, but I remember the Active Directories day, well, the LDAP days too, of figuring out, designing how your structure and how you're going to do all that. That was a big chore. It was a lot of work to get all that set up. So you can start to then, whether it's file server access or applications or whatever, what does it take to set this kind of an infrastructure up?
Great question. So, I talked about, fine-grained, policy-based real-time. That's really kind of functionally what we support in Topaz and Acerto. But from a non-functional perspective, we'd like to say fast, flexible, easy. So fast, authorizations in under a millisecond. Flexible, we support every authorization model, so RBAC, ABAC, REBAC, all the backs. And we run in every cloud, right? So very flexible. And easy, to your question, is falling off a log easy to integrate into your applications. So what we have is SDKs in every language, not just kind of low-level gRPC or REST SDKs, which we do have, of course, but higher-level SDKs where we'll build middleware that makes it really easy for an application developer to add authorization with a single line of code, right? Sometimes even just a few characters of code. You initialize the middleware, you place it in the dispatch path of the application, using an attribute, if you're in Python or Ruby, or using like a Express.js, route handler, middleware, or in Golang middleware. So whatever the language is, we'll use the idiomatic way of integrating into that language, so it makes it super easy for developers to do the right thing. What we used to say back when I was at Microsoft, we used to say, helping developers fall into the pit of success.
Despite themselves.
Despite themselves, right? Exactly, yes.
How about data, data and access controls, is that part of this world too?
Absolutely. So if you think about fine-grained access control, it's really about access control to resources. And so rather than saying, a coarse-grained role, you're an admin. Admin over what exactly? Over everything? Like most applications and most enterprises that I know, you may have a role within a department, but not a role across all the departments. And so, for example, if I have data that's restricted to a certain department, I want to write a rule around that. I want to be able to say, I'm an admin, but only in the context of these resources, this data. And so we have a lot of folks with that use case. I would say financials, insurtech, health tech, all of those types of organizations have pretty strict rules around data. Personal health records, for example, you really need to adhere to a pretty locked down set of rules in order to be compliant. And so how do you do that? Well, you write fine-grained access control policies. And so this goes hand in hand with regulated industries and so on.
Yeah, audit trails and all those good things.
Exactly.
How about if I have an existing directory of whatever kind, LDAP or whatever, infrastructure, I'm using a cloud service. I imagine you have to integrate with that, do LDAP interface or some other connectivity.
That's another core part of, so we have the open source project, Topaz, but, a core part of the commercial value prop is integrate with everything, right? So, we have connectors to Auth0, Okta, Azure Active Directory, LDAP, Cognito, Google Workspace, pretty much anything where you want to get authorization data, so data about your users or groups, relationships between them. We can import all of that stuff into our system, so you can keep it, the source of truth can still be Active Directory or LDAP, and we'll bring all that data in, and then you can write your authorization policies in terms of that data. And we solve the hard problem of getting that data in and then distributing that to all the Topaz authorizers that are sitting in your cloud right next to your applications.
Cool. So last question, I can think of a bunch of others, but last question is, it's the age, the month, the quarter of generative AI, right? Everybody's talking about large language models and domain-specific and vector databases and all those things. Is that become part of this? What's the access control look like for those things? Or is that kind of still getting sorted out for AI, generative AI kinds of implementation?
Yeah, it's a great question, and a lot of people are really worried about, how do I make sure that my proprietary data doesn't end up leaking into some training system that sucks it in, and how do I know where it goes? So that is clearly a problem that the industry faces. When I think about the applications of AI to access control, I actually get excited about maybe something that feels a lot more mundane than generative large language models. Just the problem of anomaly detection. Right, so you have basically a set of, authorization decisions that were made, and all of a sudden I find out that Mitch somehow approved an order in Salesforce in the in the sales system. How did that happen? Mitch is an engineer.
That has root privileges, engineer. Or whatever.
Exactly, that may be an issue. So I can actually run all of this data through, a training system that will then assign a risk score to whether that particular operation should or shouldn't happen. And I can decide whether to allow it in real time, or if maybe that's too slow for me. At least I have that for posterity getting flagged, and then causing the security team to go look at their policies and say, how did that happen? Should Mitch really have had access to this HR system? Should Mitch really have access to editing his own salary in the,
I think that's a good idea.
From Mitch's perspective, sure,
yes.
But maybe not for the HR.
Kind of more generally though, it's really incident response.
Yes.
Kind of process,
exactly.
Right? Getting access to that information.
That's the thing I get excited about with respect to applying AI to authorization. I think there are much more low-hanging fruit than just saying, I want to be able to express in English, some authorization rules. Yeah. Of course that will come. One thing that we worry about is authorization really tends to be something that we care deeply about from a security perspective, so we don't trust our systems to auto-generate those rules. And that's why I think that it's going to be a little while before organizations are comfortable with people just expressing rules, in English.
You also don't want a hallucination happening when you're writing your rules. So talk to the folks there, tell them where they can download the open source, try things out, kick the tires.
So our open source project, Topaz, you can find on GitHub, github.com/Aserto, that's spelled ASERTO -dev, Aserto dev, /Topaz. And Topaz is a great project. You can use that on your own, without basically connecting it with anything else. We have a great set of tools for getting you started. It's one of the few open source projects that has a built-in console, like a management console. So we essentially give you all of the goodies for free. But then if you want to scale that for your entire organization, you have multiple applications, you want to express authorization policies, you want to practice policy as code, you want to centralize the decision logs, that's where Asserto.com comes in. Asserto is the control plane that allows you to scale all that to the entire size of your organization. So start with a single project with open source, and then gradually expand that to your entire application.
All right, Armory Gazette with Asserto. .io, right?
Asserto.com, actually.
Oh, .com. Oh,
we are the .com.
Okay.
We're the real deal.
Wow, you're the first gen. Thank you much for stopping by, and great progress. A lot of things have happened since you and I have chatted. So
it has.
It's good to hear. That's good stuff. Yeah, good luck. But definitely check them out. .com, Asserto.com, and like I said, you could start out with open source and kind of go from there. Do some experimentation, build little things, prototypes, apps, etc. So we are coming back with more folks for you to hear from with great technology stories, also kind of their experiences in the cloud native world. So please stay tuned. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you, Armin. Thank you so much. And we're back at KubeCon 2023 here in Chicago. The great conversation. We're going to take a little bit of a different track here. I'm joined by Morgan McLean, who's Director of Product Management with Splunk.
Yes.
But we're talking about some Splunk, but really talking about one of the roles that you have with the CNCF with OpenTelemetry.
Yeah, so I'm one of the co-founders of OpenTelemetry. I've been with the project, by definition then, since its beginning, since 2019 when we announced it. OpenTelemetry was formed by the merger of two pre-existing open source projects, OpenCensus, OpenTracing. Those are both deprecated now. And so really I've been working on open source solutions of space since around 2016, 2017.
Yeah, it's amazing it's been that long, because I remember reading about, OpenTracing is now part of
OpenTelemetry, yes.
And to make that announcement's one thing, to get to the point where it's been deprecated,
yes,
that's a huge effort.
Massive. And it's funny, at the time we thought OpenCensus and OpenTracing were relatively big and successful, and they were in their own way. But OpenTelemetry so rapidly dwarfed them in terms of market penetration and success and features and everything else that the fact that they were deprecated relatively recently is interesting, and in the context of 2019 and the announcement, fulfillment of our original vision, and yet in some ways today kind of a small deal because OpenTelemetry is so ubiquitous and so successful.
So to kind of rolling back history a little bit, what did you think was possible? What were you hoping for with OpenTelemetry when you're first starting out? I imagine it wasn't like, we're going to have all these technology vendors contributing.
If you had told me then that within a year of announcing OpenTelemetry, it'd be the second most active project in the CNCF, so the second highest number of monthly developers, I would have assumed you were lying. Like that a project just focused on data extraction could become sort of on the same order of magnitude as big in terms of contributions and code as something like Kubernetes, this compute platform that powers billions of dollars of industry every month. It's quite incredible. And it's certainly been really exciting to be part of it.
I think it's a model, at least one model for open source success of when the contributors will also say, okay, we know that we do that too on our own stuff, but this is more valuable for all of us to do the same thing.
And if you go back in time to that era, before OpenTelemetry got big, you had these established vendors in the space, particularly in APM, because for APM you require integrations of actual applications. So to contrast with, say, like logging or even system metrics, where you generally have integrations to like Windows and Linux and maybe a handful of third-party apps that people run. To do distributed tracing for APM, you need integrations with every language runtime and every single client library that people use on those runtimes. There's hundreds of thousands of these integration points that people need. And so no one company was ever going to be able to provide that, let alone maintain it, even if they built it in the first place. And so that's where I think, like OpenTelemetry, the success has been very clear. And that not only for end users, the people who want deep visibility in their own services, where they want to use OpenTelemetry to export the data, but even the vendors who had existing sort of effectively offerings or components of their offerings and their agents have very rapidly adopted OpenTelemetry because it's almost impossible to go it alone, right? You'll have support for, say, like Java and .NET, but not maybe Python or something else. And so I think OpenTelemetry has really shown everybody the way. And it's been lovely in that the project has been so collaborative, both between the end users and all the vendors in the space. I think because it's scoped just on data extraction, data collection from infrastructure and services, no one's commercial interests are really threatened by it, and it really just has helped everyone. It's been a very, honestly positive success story all around.
When you can pick a domain where you say, is that really where we want to differentiate, supporting another agent or another environment?
And the answer is often no.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in this case, it's almost exclusively across the industry been no, which is good for everybody.
So you're on the governance committee, governance board, right?
Yeah. So OpenTelemetry is divided into many different groups. At the lowest level, lowest might not be the right word, but that's sort of the most sort of project-oriented level, we have SIGs, special interest groups. And so those maintain the different parts of it. So there's like the instrumentation for Java, or for .NET, or for Python. Each of those is a different SIG. And then the collector is our sort of large agent for OpenTelemetry that has its own SIG. The sort of committees that sit above that, or sort of distinct from that, is there's the technical committee, formed of sort of the most sort of senior engineers, or sort of the people who can dedicate the most time to the project. They oversee the overall spec that says, this is what each of these language instrumentations should do, this is what the agent should do, or like this is a metric, this is this is how you can operate on them. This is how a metric that describes, say, a HTTP request from a given service. This is the sort of data, the payload it should have. The technical committee does that. Then there's the overall governance committee that just steers the direction of the project. So I've been on that one since the beginning of the project, and it's been very good.
Plus, you get to see the whole thing, the whole
Correct.
picture, right? And
Yeah.
maybe help shape the evolution.
Yeah, I mean,
watch it
granted,
evolve.
there's maintainers and other people in the community who also have very broad visibility. That's not exclusive to the governance committee.
Well, and to that point, it's not like it's a top-down effort. No open sources by definition, right?
And it's a funny thing because people will come up at KubeCon and say, like, what's the roadmap for OpenTelemetry? And we do have an official roadmap. You can go on GitHub and see it. It's there. And we can talk a bit about the things on it. But the roadmap in open source is only so good as the willingness of the community to actually go and build those things. Like, it's one thing for the governance committee, or me, because I'm generally the one driving a lot of this, to go and say, like, the big focus next year, one of them will be adding profiling as a fourth signal type, or this year logging as a third signal type. It's one thing for us to have that vision and spell that out. And in a company, you hire people and have managers and chains of control that go implement that vision. But in open source, I mean, OpenTelemetry is not a company, and it's not a single vendor project. There's dozens of vendors deeply involved, which is a very positive thing, by the way. And so, it's one thing for me to say this is our vision, but we need people to actually show up and do these. And so it's always been interesting building that roadmap, because it's this mix of, like, this is what our end users want, our stakeholders want, but also this is what the community and the developers are actually willing and able to deliver and implement on it.
I almost equate it to a shared vision, right?
It
Because
is.
no one person has the full,
Correct.
or creates the full
and
thing,
no
right?
one stakeholder or cohort of stakeholders even has that full.
Other people wouldn't participate.
Correct.
I mean, if one
Yeah.
Smuck or any other company was like, we're it, and you all kind of follow us, they're not going to do that.
Yeah, and so it's a interesting balancing act. And when the project started, I think there were concerns, less from me, but I think externally, of, like, there's a lot of vendors involved in OpenTelemetry, and there were early on. And so people were concerned it would be like this sort of vendor fest. That hasn't really happened. And I think it's because it's so focused on data extraction. Again, like, most of the companies are happy to get more data out of OpenTelemetry. And so it's been there hasn't been any walking a tightrope between vendors. That's actually been a really positive relationship. But still, you have to balance, like, what people are actually willing to sit down and spend their time developing versus what maybe you think the project needs overall. I think generally we've done a good job of achieving that.
Well, I mean, to have the support you do, I think it's a good testament to this working, right?
We just hit a milestone, so we have 1,100 monthly active developers in the community.
Wow.
So every month...
How many?
1,100.
1,100, wow.
So every month there's at least 1,100 people who are either checking in code, making pull requests, reviewing pull requests, sort of activity like that. It goes beyond just basic comments. And that's huge. Like, that's, I think, almost exactly half the size of Kubernetes every month. And Kubernetes is, again, this massive, huge compute platform. Yeah. And so to have achieved that for a project fundamentally is just focused on data extraction, data collection, data pre-processing is very, very impressive. And I think it does speak to the community that we've built and the positivity and inclusiveness that we've
So what are things that a governance committee deals with that you aren't going to handle or couldn't only work on as an individual group or component?
Not much, and I say this in a loving way, like the
which is a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, not everybody's going to be happy.
If you had an open source project where the governors of it were constantly meddling in everything or dictating things, like, there are some examples for something that's so big, where yes, at times you do need to, like, bring everyone together and, like, drive a very specific direction. But I think in OpenTelemetry, as I've seen in other communities in the CNCF, I think the fact that the governance committee generally doesn't have to step in that much is actually really positive. I think, again, it speaks to the collaborative nature of the community, right? And as well as to the systems that we set up. Like, there are, if you're maintaining the Java SDK, right, you have a spec that you come and implement. But that spec is not defined by the governance committee. It's defined by the sort of spec group, which is mostly technical committee members, as well as all the people who are implementing it. And so the fact that it's not some super top-down thing, where the governance committee can focus a bit more on, like, project direction or end user feedback or showing up at conferences like this, I think is very positive.
How about things, kind of going back a little ways, but when open tracing, bringing that, adopting that in.
Yeah.
Does that kind of come bottom up as something we should do and then approved by the government, or is it come?
Well, that was almost the other way around.
Oh,
okay. Like
your approach. Sometimes that happens.
Not even so. OpenTelemetry only exists because OpenCensus and OpenTracing merged.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good point.
Yeah. So like it was literally a group of meetings where I was working on OpenCensus. We had like Ben Sigelman and Ted from Lightstep who were working on OpenTracing and various others. I don't mean to diminish the group. Where we're coming in and saying there's two projects here. They're maybe not technically in like direct competition, but they effectively are.
Yeah.
And because there's two different APIs, two different implementations, two different ways to extract this data from applications, no one's building the integrations, the instrumentation needed on either of them to make it really successful. Because if you're maintaining a database or a language runtime or something, and a end user comes and says, hey, can you implement tracing or metrics or some way for me to extract my data and send it anywhere? And you see there's two competing APIs or implementations of this, you're often just going to stare at this and just close the issue. Like, it's not that you're going to even pick one and that half the people will pick one and half pick the other. That would be bad. But it's even worse where you just do nothing. You stare at it and go like, this is kind of a joke. Like, I don't need this right now. And you move on to doing something totally different. And that's where I think OpenTelemetry, the fact that it was generated out of both of those and created the single standard for instrumentation, for data collection, data extraction, made it very, very successful. Like, yes, there's the super positive community behind it. Yes, there's the 1,100 developers every month working on it. Those are all massive and big. But if nothing else, OpenTelemetry made sure there was a single sane option in this space that people could rely on. And that alone accounts for a huge amount of the project's success.
So you're wearing a couple different hats.
Yeah.
In some ways, you could say, sometimes they might be in conflict, right? What you might want as the director of product management for Splunk might not be exactly what the rest of the community wants.
I think in theory that's very possible, and I mentioned like there was some concern about that.
I meant not accusing you of anything. No, I mean, I could see a scenario where...
Yeah, I think one of the smartest things we did with OpenTelemetry is kept the focus, the project focused strictly on extracting data from applications and infrastructure. OpenTelemetry is not a backend. It's not a replacement for Prometheus or Splunk or Datadog or Dynatrace or Jaeger or anything else. It doesn't do that. All it does is take your data out, ensure it's nicely formatted, and you can send it to the locations you want. And I think because of that, the commercial interests are generally not threatened, because the commercial interest for these companies and for the open source solutions here, like Prometheus and Jaeger, is just like, we want to make this as easy as possible for people to get their data out, and we want it to be well structured, right? We want it to be sensible. We want HTTP metric from this service written in Java to be correlatable with this one for a service written in .NET, to have the same attributes and things on them. OpenTelemetry achieves that. That's all those vendors wanted. And the other thing is, I don't think any of them were satisfied with their own offerings historically, right? Like, if you wind the clock back to like 2016 when I was getting in this space, the incumbent APM vendors, like, you'd go to them and if you had, say, a Java application or .NET application, they'd say, oh, yep, we work with that. And you'd buy their product and they'd still have to send a bunch of field people out to like go make the integration work. And meanwhile, if you came to them with, say, like PHP, I'm making up an example, they might have had good PHP support, but like PHP, or for some of them maybe Ruby, they would say, oh, you can't use our products, like it doesn't work with that. And so I don't think any of them were particularly happy with the solutions they had built. There were customers that they had to turn away, or customers for whom the experience was always kind of bad. And secondly, they were spending a ton of money on agentry. Like, these were big teams of very experienced engineers. Like, doing automatic instrumentation for a Java application, or pick your language of choice, it's not a trivial thing. You need to hire people with deep, intimate knowledge of the JVM, or the .NET CLR for .NET, or the Python runtime for Python, and so on. And so they're spending a lot of money on this. It wasn't working for them, and it was shrinking the overall market, or at least not letting the market grow. OpenTelemetry is in many ways sort of uncorked the bottle, right? Like, those firms don't need to spend as much on instrumentation, or in theory they don't need to spend as much on instrumentation as they did in the past. The data comes out in a beautiful, like well-structured way, so it's always consistent. And better yet, their customers can quickly adopt it, and they can switch solutions if they want. And so we did find a way by scoping the project down to make it so that the interests of some of the vendors who are backing it aren't in conflict with it. I will also say with OpenTelemetry in the last few years, like, early on it was like, Google, Microsoft, Splunk, Lightstep, like a bunch of observability or cloud vendors with observability offerings. Some of the biggest contributors now are end users, like companies that are making money of OpenTelemetry in that it makes their own services more observable internally, it makes them more reliable. But it's companies that are getting so much value out of OpenTelemetry that they're putting engineers back on the project to make it even better. And we've seen more and more of that every single year.
It seems like it's interesting how it's evolved to, you think, kind of an ops-centric model, if you will, from APM to security as a domain.
Yes.
Well adopted. Splunk's had great success there.
It has, yeah.
Domain-driven design in applications and architecture, adopting, using OpenTelemetry within your application, so your stack.
Yep.
Right? I'm curious, do you see AI as kind of another domain to start that can benefit from using OpenTelemetry? Or?
Like, I'm not an AI expert by any means, but when you're analyzing reams of data because you're building a large language model or something, or any other type of AI, right? Like, so much of our current ML technology is based on just like massive data being piped in for training. It helps a lot when that data is well structured. And so OpenTelemetry probably isn't necessarily directly helping build like a large language model that's based off of like human text on Wikipedia or Reddit or something, because that's human readable text. The whole point of that thing is to parse it. But for any ML model or AI work that's modeling the type of data you would get from OpenTelemetry, metrics, traces, logs, machine data, really, then it's incredibly beneficial because that data is well structured. And I'll take logging as an example. Like, we're announcing tomorrow at this conference that OpenTelemetry logging is GA. This is the third major signal type in OpenTelemetry. This is a big deal because we have metrics already, we had traces already, now we're adding logs. Those are the three data types that most firms are focused on capturing from their services, which means they can just exclusively rely on OpenTelemetry if they want. This is particularly important for logs, though, because logs historically are generally, they're unstructured. And when we started working on logging OpenTelemetry, we wanted to only go into it if we thought we could actually improve things. And when we talk to large companies that write a lot of logs or vendors, they had two major problems today. One is the performance of the logging agents. Well, that's somewhat fixable and not particularly relevant to the AI conversation. But the other is logs often come in with wildly different formats. Right? You have a service over here written by one team and one over here written by another team. Your timestamps come in differently. This one might have the right host information on it. This one doesn't, or it's structured differently.
Level of specificity
it's all over the place.
What the message is about.
Or even someone just structured the key for timestamp like time-stamp, and the other is timestamp without the hyphen, right? And so you have to do a ton of pre-processing to make that work, or in many cases you don't, and you can't query it properly. Well, from an ops perspective, this is incredibly annoying, but at least there's some fields where you can spend a bunch of money, do a ton of work either in your queries and pre-processing to format it sort of consistently. But if you're trying to train an AI system, and again, not like a large language model that's trying to learn like human language, but some ML system that's going to alert you to anomalies or something. Well, the fact that your data is totally wildly differently structured is really going to limit your effectiveness. Right, with OpenTelemetry, this data is coming in, even your logs is coming in properly structured. It's part of it actually has a data model in OpenTelemetry, and so not only is it more performant to capture, and pre-process if you even need to, but it's coming in where all your timestamps, your machine IDs, your service information, all of the additional metadata you might have about certain interactions or events that generated those logs are all the same. So now you can have success much earlier because you can actually focus on training that AI model, training that system, instead of spending all of your time formatting things and running out of time to actually do the real AI work. So no, I think it'll be very effective. Caveat again, I'm not some AI expert, but it's a massive benefit.
Yeah, that's a whole nother domain. But it seems like the common denominator for everything is everything produces log messages.
Well, and there's sort of examples I can draw to where there was a big push a few years ago amongst various AI companies, like nothing to do with cloud ops and stuff, but to do like AI analytics of health records, to say like, oh, we'll look at these health records of 1 million people, and we know the ones who had a certain type of cancer and the ones who didn't, and so we'll see if we can find a pattern in their health records where we could then in the future look at other records and say, hey, maybe you should get checked out for this certain type of cancer because you have some similar symptoms or things you went to the doctor for. And my impression is that most of those efforts failed because the health records are written by people. They're all over the place.
Have you seen a doctor's handwriting? More or less what's in it?
Well, and even
My
once
dad
you
was a
parse
doctor,
the handwriting, but like even once you parse it, it's
Yeah,
like
the-
short form notes.
details of
It's-
what's put in it. Yeah.
and so my impression is none of those efforts, or very few, were successful, at least the ones I know about. And so it's kind of, there's a corollary there. It's a similar problem where if your data coming in isn't particularly useful, either because it's misshapen or it's just missing things, to drive insights, even with a very effective AI model, or even, frankly, people looking at it, is going to be really limited. And so the same benefits that OpenTelemetry brings to users of, like, Splunk or Prometheus or Grafana or whatever, like, choose your observability solution, the same benefits it brings to them because of structured data, making their queries actually work and everything else, will also apply to any AI or ML models built on top of this.
Great. So, I think it's pretty obvious, but if someone wasn't quite clear, like why would Splunk and all the other companies dedicate the amount of time and resource?
Yeah.
Not, yourself, but there's a lot more to it, right? It isn't
Yes.
like you're the sole contributor here to what's happening.
No, neither I nor Splunk. Like OpenTelemetry is proudly like a true open source, open license, open governance project where there's a huge number of different contributors. Like Splunk is probably one of the more prominent ones, but you've got Microsoft and Google and Dynatrace and Lightstep, or I guess ServiceNow now, and various other companies and vendors, Amazon, who are all putting in a ton of time and a ton of effort on the project. And that's good. And it's, the CNCF owns the license and trademark for it, so there's not going to be any licensing shenanigans over it like we've seen at times in other communities. Yeah, no, it is.
Intellectual property issues, all that.
It's all above board, it's open governance, we're all elected, there's no permanent positions. Like it is a true success story, and a few years ago that probably wasn't that uncommon, but I think given some of the changes in the industry recently, that's a very nice thing, a very stable thing to point at. Yeah. And I think it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where the commercial interests are I think, almost perfectly aligned with what the end users want here, which is great.
And it seems like carving out that lane, everybody's clear. This is what
it's
we're doing.
It's very critical.
We're not going to venture into what we all do.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
Because you see other projects, like you can take the extreme example of open core projects, where a company has an open source version that's kind of lightweight, and then the enterprise version that has more features. If you go to the open source version and make submissions that'll make it too good, they kind of have an incentive to make those go away.
Yeah.
Because it competes with their commercial offering. With OpenTelemetry, not to belabor the point, but because it's not doing analytics or anything else, it doesn't really exist.
Well, congrats on the success and longevity you've had with the project.
We've had we're expecting even more growth, I think, over the coming year. Like I mentioned, logging is going GA or is GA now. For a lot of companies, I think that was like first off, OpenTelemetry is super successful in the industry, but I think there's a lot for whom they looked at it and said, just tracing and metrics, it doesn't solve my full story for logging. Maybe I'll adopt it for those two, but not the whole thing, but maybe I won't. With logging, it's the clear solution, right? It's the way you can extract all of that data you have today. And over the next year, that's going to get further extended. Profiling is getting added to the fourth signal type that allows deep analytics into compute, into where you're spending money on given function calls that might be costing you a lot of performance. We're also extending OpenTelemetry to more and more platforms. So projects historically have been focused on backend services and infrastructure, typically in cloud environments, but not exclusively. We're adding support for client applications, for Android and JavaScript, for web browsers and others. And so it's really going to extend OpenTelemetry out of just the data center and into client applications, even in theory into embedded systems. Yeah, and that's very, very exciting. There's work that's even started recently on mainframe support for OpenTelemetry. And this, to me, is just really the full realization of the vision of you want observability, you want insight into your entire estate that you've built. Well, that goes all the way from customer interactions to finding out why they're slow or why they might be broken, all the way down to the smallest of back-end services or infrastructure.
It's a great example of why constrain it to one person's vision, right?
Correct.
You can get a shared vision.
In fairness, this is always part of the vision.
Everybody does, right? But this is a great example when you have a shared vision.
Yes.
Shared outcomes.
Expertise. There's a lot of people from IBM and Broadcom who want to work on the mainframe part. This is fantastic. They're the experts at that.
I'm getting the hook here from my guys. So
So there's a lot of great things happening. OpenTelemetry's already been very successful. And I think over the next year and a bit, we're going to see that grow even faster.
We look forward to more great things. So
likewise.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
Morgan McLean, who is Director of Product Management as well as on the governing board.
Yes, yeah, one of the co-founders of
And one of the
OpenTelemetry.
co-founders, absolutely, of Open Telemetry. I want to say tracing. Thank you. And
Thank you.
I appreciate you joining us. We will be back with another great guest. I don't know as much longevity with an open source project, but another great guest nonetheless. We'll see you in a few minutes. everybody, welcome back to KubeCon 2023 here in Chicago. A lot of great announcements happening at the show, and I have the privilege of being joined by Avi Friedman. Avi is with Kentic. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here again.
Good to have you here. And some exciting, well, first of all, what do you do at Kentic? Tell us a little bit about your role.
I'm one of the co-founders and I run the company. So I am a nerd, but also nerd about business as well as technology now.
Fantastic. I want to make sure we got that in.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about what kind of things you're talking about at the show, maybe some announcements.
Sure. So Kentic is a network observability company. We have an observability-based platform, but we've been replacing the appliances and Windows software that the IT industry and network industry has been using. And we've always taken a pretty broad approach of what is infrastructure, and that's included cloud native. So we've had some Kubernetes visibility, but here we're launching Kentic Kube, which is even more visibility into the entire Kubernetes estate, integrated with the visibility about how all the clusters connect to each other between clouds across the internet through the hybrid infrastructure. So we're pretty excited about that.
Great mysteries of Kubernetes.
Of networking, Kubernetes, exactly.
The Raiders of the Lost Ark of Kubernetes here, digging into that.
Exactly. Well, there's a myth that all this stuff talks to each other cloud native by extrasensory perception, but ultimately the network somewhere is connecting all this stuff together.
What is it? The things we don't understand is magic, right?
Exactly.
There's some saying about that.
Sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
Yes,
I think that's
the quote I was thinking of that I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
So tell us, I mean, you're originally coming from a network perspective on observability.
Yeah.
As you embrace Kubernetes, is that still looking at it for a network or operations audience? Or you think, some people approach it as a developer kind of view into what's happening? Or are there multiple personas that you take?
We're generally going to be the place where the infrastructure network teams, whether it's architecture, operations, infrastructure, are going to be living. But often the security team, developers, the cluster operations, they'll come into Kentic to look at something that's, again, especially if they need to look outside of the Kubernetes infrastructure and figure out where there's an issue between, but understanding pods and namespaces and processes and all that, we're bringing that all together but tying it to the rest of the infrastructure. So we are more infrastructure or network persona-based, but we have users in many other groups inside the company. And we also have partnerships with New Relic, Sumo Logic, other observability companies where we'll feed them data, with our view. But like many people here, we have an eBPF agent taking the eBPF approach as a great way to get that kind of enriched telemetry from the Kubernetes infrastructure.
eBPF being processes inside the
eBPF being able to look at the traffic where the kernel's aware of it and bring in a lot of enrichment so that you can see not just something happened from this port to that, but what process, what application, and what Kubernetes context in terms of pod and namespace and all that it's actually running in.
Interesting. How is the infrastructure, maybe kind of platform and network groups, how are they taking on Kubernetes? There's a lot to learn. I mean, it's complex to anybody, whether you're an infrastructure, software infrastructure, or app, or cloud kind of person. Are there things you can do to help people kind of gain an understanding of how Kubernetes functions, what the purpose of a cluster and a pod and all this stuff, all those agents and things that are part of the architecture? Yeah,
well, there's a couple things we help them with. One is the state of the Kubernetes infrastructure. The other is what's running on top of it and how it's performing or not. Because running inside Kubernetes as opposed to on routers and switches, you can actually see performance, you can see application traffic, you can see, again, that Kubernetes context. So we're primarily trying to understand how are the applications inside Kubernetes running, but a byproduct of what we're doing is that sometimes the network people that are trying to understand, is the Kubernetes cluster itself having a problem? Kentic is helping with that. And the first version of what we did only looked at traffic that was active at a given time, but because Kubernetes is so dynamic, we needed a more complete vision. So what we're launching with Kentic Kube is looking at the entire estate, the entire state, whether there's actually traffic there or not, which helps especially when there's problems with load balancing, problems with orchestration, which are some of that Kubernetes complexity that you mentioned. Now our persona, the people that are primarily using Kentic, are probably not the people that own that, but they do need to figure out, mean time to innocence, is this something that team should be looking at? And so that's where we're helping them. And then if that team needs to see, why does my network team, why does my cloud team think there's a problem? Then they'll come into Kentic or we'll be pushing data to look at that. So primary user are the infrastructure focused, but going up the stack as people do the debugging, which is typically, we're not trying to be the last line debugging monitoring platform for the Kubernetes infrastructure itself, but we do need visibility into the entire state of it.
Yeah, it's interesting because you're obviously getting a good visibility into the application.
Yeah.
What are the environment that's operating on? How is it performing? Yeah. You mentioned security. How does security come into this?
Well, network has always been a key source of food for security people. Where Kentic started on the internet and cloud side, denial of service attacks have always been a very big thing. And coming at it from an observability perspective instead of an appliance perspective, we've always, since 2014 when we launched, stored everything. So we don't do roll-ups, you can always ask any questions. So we are a forensic platform, we're just very focused on the operational use cases. But just as sometimes we have cluster operations team come in and use us, security teams, when they find out that Kentic has all this data, come and say, let's use that. And we don't charge per user, so we try to go adjacent and get those security teams using it. But again, we're not the complete platform for the SOC, but if they're looking for that forensic capability to say, what happened last week, last month, integrate threat feeds, and understand maybe there's traffic from a process to the outside world that there shouldn't be, Kentic has the visibility on that, and very forensically. So it's in that adjacent world where they're trying to do things, they don't really have a good platform for it, and Kentic can be that. Typically, again, it's a partner organization inside that company that's buying it, but then we're enabling that security team to get that kind of functionality. So there, we're partnering with CrowdStrike, SentinelOne type companies to be part of that security ecosystem rather than trying to be that, we're only a couple hundred people, so there's a limit to how much we can do.
Yeah, that's a big, several big oceans to boil,
yeah,
right?
There's different terminology. I mean, it's all the same stuff underneath. Networking is just tunnels and routing tables and
protocols,
but it's got different names and bugs in every cloud and every on-prem. So there's a limited world that any one company can play in until they get to a certain size.
That's one of the things that, in my work is trying to find common denominators. It's like in the security world, we all know about, we talk about ports and protocols and in the world, and APIs and things to protect that, and it's very much what we think about in cloud native, microservices.
And I think in the Kubernetes world has to bring to the security and the traditional operation worlds is going from ports and protocols to ports and protocols and processes, right? Because typically, even in a world where you had a DPI solution in a security team, you didn't really know what was happening inside the computer. And eBPF gives you a tremendous ability to get that instrumentation. Now it's got some challenges because it only sees what terminates on the kernel. So if you've programmed your kernel to ignore certain stuff, most eBPF solutions won't actually see that traffic. We come at it from a little old person perspective, so we see all that, but we'll, even if you're not running Kubernetes, we'll see that there was traffic, attempted, dropped, so that makes it interesting to security teams also. Interesting.
So, Kentic Kube, is that available now? Or are you kind of in preview, or it's fully
we previewed it last year, and it's fully launched right now, and would love for people to give it a shot.
Very good. So is it hosted? Is it, I can download it, run in my data center? What's the model?
Kentic is hosted where we run it as a cloud service. We do run private clusters for people that are of a certain size and won't let their data out, but we're not licensed software that someone installs and manages. We do have agents that are largely open source, or at least source available, that people can run to, in the eBPF world, observe traffic or encrypt telemetry so that it's not going unencrypted over the internet.
Well, you also have the kind of privacy controls, regulatory environment, in certain countries.
We take traffic data from the largest enterprise and service providers in the world, so that's something we had to deal with since when we started.
Yeah, I would imagine you did pretty early on. Well, and it's evolving all the time too. Hard to keep up with that. What was the kind of greatest thing that you learned from the time you started your kind of beta preview to launch? What did you learn from your customers, user people working with it?
It was sort of non-obvious given our background, but the big thing that we had everyone saying was, I want to see the entirety of my Kubernetes estate, even for things that are inactive right now.
Okay.
And the way that we first built Kentic Kube with eBPF was we were really taking an eBPF only view, but we needed to build metric scraping and understanding to go reach out and API scrape to understand the entirety of the Kubernetes infrastructure, even if there was no eBPF visibility, for some of the debugging and mean time to innocence things to make sense. So that was what we built over the last 6 months, and that is part of what we launched. Coming at it from a traffic perspective, we figured, well, if there's no traffic, it's not a problem, but on both the operations and security sides, we saw people asking to see more. We figured that was more something they would get from Datadog or New Relic or one of the other companies that they might use as a larger observability application focused, but apparently there's some gaps there too, and we're happy to fill those.
Is that because of the kind of the ephemeral nature of,
Exactly.
it's what's here now is not what was there then, right? And I need that full context.
Yeah, to see something historically and be able to aggregate it, they really needed to see even the things that are ephemeral, but also most of our customers have some portions of Kubernetes where they're not able to run eBPF traffic observation with us or competitors of larger observability players. And sometimes you see traffic going there, but to be able, so in Kentic, we have a very broad ability to enrich traffic. So by taking data from the Kubernetes metadata, even if there's no eBPF agent installed, even if you're just looking at NetFlow from a router on the other side, we can still know what pod and namespace it went to by updating, on a second time frame, all that ephemeral orchestration and taking all the rest of the network data and applying it. So
interesting. That's a sizable challenge.
You
don't need me to tell you that.
But we started trying to understand the entire internet, all the users and DNS traffic across the entire internet. So this is large scale, but only the same kind of scale that we've been running at since we started.
There are bigger problems, right?
Yeah.
I'm curious, one of the things we always have to deal with is variations, variants, different distributions of Kubernetes, service provider versions.
Yeah.
What are the ones that do you work with pretty much everybody's Kubernetes, or you had to kind of selectively be able to figure out which ones you're going to be able to work with?
So far, looking at the common APIs has been sufficient. We have a static binary. We haven't had any issues running it. We probably run on 6 different Kubernetes, we can call them distributions, as daemon sets without an issue on the eBPF side. And then the API side has been pretty common. So I would say the clouds are much more of a pain in the ass to both build for because they're all different. And then they change pretty frequently and rapidly. So
I can imagine.
We've done the same thing already for VPC flow logs and OCI, Amazon, Google, Azure, trying to make sense of not just it as syslog like you'd see in CloudWatch, but looking at the APIs, building topology. It's actually been much harder in the cloud than for Kubernetes.
Why is that? You're talking about VPCs. We think of VPNs being pretty standard from a protocol standpoint, but what is it that's challenging?
Well, as I said, underneath, the cloud providers like to pretend it's not networking, but it is. It's routing tables and filters, ACLs.
At some level, it's got eventually, right?
But they all have their own weird names and primitives. In this cloud, you can have one VM be in multiple VPCs, one interface be in multiple VPCs, and that one you can't. And then to figure out, some of them, like Google's very good at both giving you performance data, but also they'll put a lot of that metadata in the flow log, but Amazon and Azure, you need to go reach into their APIs and figure out what it is and join it.
Okay.
So they're all different in terms of what they support. They use different nomenclature for the same things. They have different primitives. And so as a vendor, we have to unify all that. And in different ways, companies like Aviatrix or Alkira are trying to solve that problem from a networking substrate. From an observability perspective, we still need to form one model and unify it. And it's just been harder because there's more work to do and more variance in the Kubernetes ecosystem.
You mean they're all standardizing on a set of MIBs and we'll be able to read data out of device?
You'll talk to me at maybe by reInvent time, we're doing some stuff to unify streaming telemetry, which is the hipster version of SNMP with SNMP, but I shouldn't preview that release too much.
I think you kind of did a little bit, but okay.
Okay, well, that's okay. It's out there.
Okay, good. So if folks want to check out Kentic, Kentic Kube, what can they do? How
Yes,
can they
we're a
kick
very
the
dynamic
tires?
company and kinetic in our own way.
Kinetic, yes.
Well, we're here.
It's nice, and it's a nice slip.
Yeah, we're here at KubeCon, so we've got a booth. We're here the whole time. You can go to kentik.com, KENTIK. I'm happy to hear from you. I'm Avi at kentik.com or Avi Friedman on LinkedIn, Twitter, X, whatever.
Well, it's nice, and I would imagine you're kind of a solution. Usually, you can point data to
Yeah.
a cloud offering like
Yeah.
that fairly easily and start to see what you can do
Yeah,
with it.
people can sign up self-serve. If you don't want to deal with us, you can sign up, sending us telemetry, start using it. We have a built-in self-driving demo so people can see it, what it looks like in the cloud offering, even before they send
When it's
traffic.
fully
to.
populated.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of get to that
It's
point.
synthesized traffic. It's not our customer's actual traffic, but yeah.
It's interesting. Yeah, I actually talked with a company for developer that they actually monitored their own development environment.
Yeah, we
with
do,
their
but
product.
we can't share that.
Yeah, there's some of that. That might be a little bit of a
Because that would show
security
customer
concern.
IP addresses and stuff that are,
That's true. Yeah, a little bit of data leakage.
Yeah,
Different
not
problem
allowed.
we want to solve.
yeah. Since the core of what we do has always been traffic data, and then we've branched out from there, our customers are very sensitive that it's not our data, it's their data, so, yeah.
Very good point. I understand that. Well, good. Well, congratulations
Thank
on
you
the
very much.
launch. And you were describing what you learned and what you had to go back and
Yeah.
kind of add to give that fuller picture. That's not a small effort in the middle of okay, we would like to go GA.
Oh,
It
yeah,
isn't
absolutely.
Just a little bit of
And
tuning
we
and
have
bug
4 other
fixing.
products too, so, but...
Yes. Oh, by the way, we're
Yes,
keeping
but we have a
other-
great team, and when customers are driving it, it's very easy. If you have, multiple customers saying, okay, but I need this, and then it will be bigger, or I need this, to buy it, then it's much better than when you're building on a thesis, and we're at the scale where we
the
have that.
customer always
so.
wins. I mean,
Yeah.
that's those arguments are usually
We don't
better
do
solved.
everything they want, but we try to be driven by what they want, yeah.
Well, Avi, thanks for talking with us.
Thank you very
sharing
much.
The great
Thank you for
news
having
about
me.
your progress, and we look forward to more great things from
Thank you, and as I said-
and the streaming kind of announcement we sort of talked about.
The
Not
streaming
announcement.
telemetry, the metric side, we'll talk about more, in a few months.
Okay. So is we're going to talk about it at reInvent or anything?
We might reinvent or maybe slightly after, yep.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll be there. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Avi, congrats.
Thank you very
Good
much.
to chat. All right. Be sure and check out Kentik and Kentik Kube and all the other products, services that are available. And it's always fun talking with people who are creating kind of great new things, and the amount of effort and care and passion it takes to do that. It's always a lot easier when their customers right there asking you for it. So it's good to hear that's happened with Kentik. We will be right back with our next interview. So stay tuned from here at KubeCon 2023 in Chicago. Hey everybody, welcome back to KubeCon here in Chi-Town, Chicago 2023. I am joined by Venkat Ramakrishnan, welcome, with Pure Storage, right?
Yes.
Great, and you are in charge of product and engineering?
Yes, yeah.
Cool. So you want to talk about something I want to talk about, and that's platform engineering. You know, it's we've done some work in this area, and in my mind, it's really, I think the timing for platform engineering is perfect because the focus on developer productivity and kind of reorienting, you know, DevOps is just about everybody else, helping developers do their job. It seems like platform engineering has really been good at adapting in ways that organizations need that function in their company.
Yeah, absolutely. Right? I mean, if you look at most of the modern enterprises, one of the most precious resources they have are is the developer, right? They want to make sure the developer community is thriving, is able to move their products and the experiences forward, and are able to get the most out of the infrastructure without being slowed down by the infrastructure, right? So, and I always joke around, if data is the new oil, right, then developers are the new engines of the economy, right? I mean, so you really want every enterprise out there is a modern software enterprise, a digital enterprise, and without the developers moving the business forward, they're going to get left behind, right? So you have to look at it from that perspective, that as to why platform engineering is so critical in the post-pandemic age. It was like, it has really accelerated it. I mean, we were all part of the Kubernetes container community. You could see some of the early adopters, innovators trying to drive a platform story, consolidate the services, but as more and more folks were remote, as more of the tasks had to be consolidated, and the more teams had to be consolidated across, we saw over the last couple of years, in the post-COVID era, the platform discipline, the platform engineering discipline has really taken a strong hold. And we see a lot of customers run platform engineering orgs that kind of centralizes all of the DevOps capabilities they had distributed before, but also brings a lot of control over cost, security, governance, regulatory stuff, and all of that. So it gives them a one-stop shop for like everything that the developers need to build and run their applications, right? And that's where Kubernetes really shines, right? I mean, that's like, if you really go back and look, I mean, the vision for Kubernetes and containers is that you enable developers to, build, ship, and run anywhere. But now all the tooling has matured, and all the organizations, many of the world's largest organizations, have embraced it. So we see a ton of adoption, a ton of growth there from the perspective of folks running their applications and kind of building these internal developer platforms and everything. Yeah.
We abstract things and kind of containers, simplify things to make parts of the pipelines more efficient and easier. That complexity goes somewhere else, right? I mean, maybe it gets replaced by technology, but we still have to engineer the test development, production environments we're going to be in. We want those to be the same or as similar as possible. I mean, that's kind of one domain of platform engineering. There's also developer portals and that kind of thing too. Are you focused more on the platform and platform engineering, or do you expand into other parts?
No, it's great. Our mission is to make the platform engineer's life easy, right? But we definitely, our consumers are developers, right? See, the platform engineering team exists to serve their application teams, to help them build, ship, and run fast, right? So, but we have kind of essentially two major personas that we build our products for. One, the top persona for us is a platform engineer. And they're our superheroes. I call them, because I just came off a customer meeting, and they just told me they have about 6,500 to 8,000 developers on a platform which is building out about 100,000 builds a day.
Wow.
And their team size is only 8 people.
Wow, that's impressive.
That's how lopsided the developer to platform engineer ratio is, right? I mean, there's the large development teams, really small platform teams. So what they need is a lot of automation. They need a lot of observability. They need to be able to control or manage the platform through policies, through rules, and rule-based automation and all of that. So Our job is to provide that to the platform engineering orgs, the platform engineer, so they can have a quality of life, right? But at the same time, our customer's customer is also very important to us, and most of the time, or almost all the time, is the developers who are the customers of the platform. Their application users are the clients of the platform. So we build it so that these application teams have visibility into what happens to the infrastructure. They know how to, they know how to manage the infrastructure without having to file tickets, so they can even make the underlying infrastructure behave the way they want, for example, with respect to performance, or how the data is placed, how it is all backed up, how you can do a DR across, or how you even migrate between versions. So there are a lot of these things we let our developer community be able to control and manage, so they can get the most out of their platform. And we don't just stop there, right? We have also let our developers, platform teams protect the platform, like at the data level, at an application level, but we have also surfaced those capabilities to the developers as well. So if you're a developer using a namespace, you have your application is running in a Kubernetes namespace, you can back it up, or as a platform admin, you can back up the entire Kubernetes cluster. And you can also restore just the namespace if you want. So we kind of give different, fine-grained controls for both the users. And not just that, we didn't stop there. So, one of the toughest workloads to run any environment is a database, right? And there was a lot of, fear, uncertainty, and doubt about, can a database really run in Kubernetes if you go back to the early days of Kubernetes, right? Portworx was one of the companies that, emphatically said, you can absolutely run databases on Kubernetes. And they're actually best suited, especially the modern cloud-native databases, they're best suited for running in Kubernetes, because they need scale, they need agility, they need elasticity. And what better than a Kubernetes infrastructure to give you that?
Distribution, all kinds of things.
Exactly, right? So we have been shipping Portworx data services, which makes it so easy to automate about 14 important databases, and we're continuing to add more, and to run these databases anywhere from day 0 to day 2 ops, install, upgrade, patching, all the way to doing DR for databases. I mean, you can literally deploy a clustered Postgres in a matter of minutes, and you can set a DR policy. So if your entire AWS region goes down, you can spin up another region, again in a matter of minutes, in like few minutes RPO, right?
Let me ask you, where, it may not be a fine line, but where does a platform engineer job kind of start and end, and the developers begin? What is that sort of middle point where they intersect with each other? Because platform engineering isn't just taking a bunch of stuff from developers and doing it for them, right? Developers still have to have their own way of, I might want to spin up an environment, right? Create this for me. I don't want to open a ticket, like the old days. So what does that kind of middle part look like?
Yeah, I think this goes with the principle that if you build it, you own it, right? I mean, that means a platform engineer is not going to do the developer's job for them, and neither the developer is going to do the platform engineer's job for them, right? Where the line draws is like a platform engineer looks, if you look at the platform engineer's view of their day-to-day work, they're making sure their environment is up and stable, it's able to serve up apps, people are able to deploy applications and get them running within the SLA they promised. And they are looking at it, the environment as a whole, right? But a developer's view is, they have a namespace or a few namespaces that are provisioned for them. They have authentication into that. Their view is very narrow. They're focusing on their application. They're focusing on how performant their application is. They're focusing on the uptime of the application. They're focusing on how they can do code patch updates and security updates into their application, right? They're making sure that application runs in compliance with the platform's requirements. It is secure, it has all the latest CVEs patched, it's able to get the performance it needs, it's it's backed up at their level, and all of that, right? So developer scope is very narrow to their set of applications, right? But a platform engineer, a developer doesn't go tell the platform engineer, you know what, you need to add more nodes in your Kubernetes platform, right? That's the platform engineer's job. They don't want to have to. Yeah, they don't have to. They shouldn't be, right? Because it's invisible to them, right? So what Kubernetes essentially delivers is an invisible infrastructure to the developers, right? So, and for the platform engineer is not going to go to developer to say, you know what, you should rewrite your code because this is how this platform
Won't go over
works.
well if they do.
Exactly. And we all know, the biggest inertia in enterprise, especially in software and enterprise, is that no developer wants to rewrite their application because it has to work for a different infrastructure, right? That's what a lot of infrastructure companies think. Oh, I have a new API. All the application writers are going to rewrite this, add an application to use my new API. But
good luck.
That's why POSIX still survives. We were having a raging debate yesterday. One of the our community dinners we had. I was like, people were asking, why is POSIX still around? Why is Block still around, right? But because you have billions of apps out there that use these interfaces and they work.
Yep.
And yes, Object is a new interface and we support it. But hey, I've seen
and nobody's going to pay to move it.
Exactly.
Why?
Yeah.
What's the value?
So you're going to see that you cannot dictate, a platform engineer cannot dictate the application developer to say, go change your app, right? That's the whole reason I talk about databases, right? I mean, you could offer a bunch of data services, but a developer is going to come in, especially you're building a new age app, you're trying to bring in a new digital experience. They're going to say, look, I'm going to use this high-speed database that can really do this many transactions at over few hundred nodes or few hundred, or billions of users, and the data service you offer may not be scalable to deliver that. That's why we built these Portworx data services, because we want to offer the most favorite databases for developers and make it easy for them to run, so they don't have to get into wrangle with platform and the team and all of that on which data services they need to run for them, right? Because again, platform engineers are not database experts, right? And DBAs are not platform experts, right? So we kind of wanted to marry that together and offer this to database teams, application teams, how you can run these modern databases and how you can simplify. Again, that is the clear separation of responsibility, right? So I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, no, very good. Tell us a little bit about what does your product do? What's your approach to market? How do you help platform engineers do their part of this ecosystem?
Yeah, I mean, our product, as I mentioned, we have a complete data platform, right? It has storage, backup, and data services. We continue to add and expand it. So we can engage with our customers in pretty much any stage of their journey, right? For example, if you're a customer starting out early, an enterprise customer, you're running a bunch of workloads, but hey, you're not ready to run data services, you're not ready to run mission critical applications, but you are running, a ton of apps in your data, so we can start you with data protection, right? Or your Kubernetes data protection, where you can back up and restore your Kubernetes clusters, you're always compliant with your security policies, you're protecting your Kubernetes or the platform operations against ransomware attacks, and all of the great stuff. But we can go from there and then say, you know what, you could run all of your mission critical apps, including your complete application stack, your databases, get backup and DR with our Portworx Enterprise data management software, right? And the third thing is you can add to the platform and run any database of your choice up to the one that from our catalog that you can immediately spin it up and get your application teams to use it, right? Our primary mission is to serve the platform teams, right, as I mentioned. So we sell primarily to platform teams. If you look at all of our large customers that run thousands of nodes of Portworx installs, right, they're all mostly platform teams. But almost always, the developers are consuming that platform, the application, right? So we look at developers as a community of users that actually leverage the service that's available to them or provided to them via the platform team. It's kind of if you're in a company, the IT offers you a service, and we as the employees of the company use that IT, for example, it could be email, it could be something like Slack, right? Same thing, a platform team offers a whole bunch of services to a community of developers who are building apps, and that was driving the business. And so we sell to the platform teams, but consumed primarily by the application developers.
Great. And is Portworx, is that a SaaS cloud offering, or
we have
on-prem as well?
We have on-prem as well as SaaS. Honestly, we have seen explosive growth in both the deployments.
And you really have to be in both to service enterprise.
Exactly.
Right. Very good. Can folks kick the tires like with the cloud service, or how do folks learn out what you can do with Portworx?
Yeah, they can go, for example, we have an Essentials version of Portworx. They can go to central.portworx.com and download our Essentials version. We have backup as a service. There's a free tier version of the backup that they can go play with. You can just sign up, self-sign up. You don't need to contact us. You can just come onto a portal, self-sign up, point it to your Kubernetes cluster, your namespace. You can back it up, as much as we have some upper limits, but pretty liberal. Then we have a trial version if they want to play with the enterprise, the entire suite of the platform. then they can download a trial. It's unlimited from a feature standpoint, but limited by a certain number of days for you to like play with and run. And then feel free to ping us, and we're happy to always chat. I always we want to be partnering with our customers' journey. Our mission is to make the platform engineers' life easy, right? To give them the time back, to let them manage complexity at scale, and to be able to deliver these services and keep their SLAs, but serve a large developer community. So again, we are on their side. They are our superheroes, and we're there to serve them.
I'm sure they appreciate the help, right? So tell us the URL again to go check this out. The web address, where do they go?
It's www.portworx.com, www.portworx.com. They can go to central.portworx.com as well and to check us out. There's a ton of help on docs.portworx.com as well. So, there's a ton of resources. We have our YouTube channel, which is Portworx. You can subscribe to it. There's a ton of learning videos. There's also, if you go to portworx.com, there's also like sandbox labs that they can play with as well, so they can deploy immediately and run. So there's a ton of resources to kind of get up to speed. You can always find us at slack.portworx.com as well, and come and ask questions also.
It's always great to get in there, try it, see what it does, how it works. There's nothing like hands-on, right? Well, thank you, Venkat. It's a very pleasure talking with you. Hope you have a good rest of the show. And if you're talking Kubernetes, you're at the right place. So
absolutely. I'm always happy and excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
You bet.
It's always a pleasure to talk to Techstrong.
Have you come back again? Always.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's an evolving area, right?
It is.
And fast-moving too, so it's always good to keep up with.
And the show has gotten so much bigger and so much busier, right?
Pretty
it's an amazing show this year.
It really is. Well, thanks again.
Thank you.
We'll be back with other great interviews, just like with Venkat, and talking about who knows what next. We'll see, but I'll bet it's something to do with Kubernetes or cloud or both. So we'll be talking with you soon. Don't go away. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Hey everyone, we're live back here at KubeCon. I hope you've been enjoying our coverage today. Mitchell Ashley, our CTO and GM of Techstrong Research, and I have been kind of splitting the duties because we're that booked with people. There's over 10,000 people here. I'm going to guess there's 12 to 15,000 people.
Yeah, there's a lot of people
at the event, maybe more. I'll know more. I'll find out tonight. But anyway, let me introduce you to our next guest. His name is Alex Burkhart. Alex is with Observe Inc.
Mm-hmm.
Alex, welcome to Techstrong TV. Thanks for being here with us at KubeCon.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. I appreciate you guys taking some time to talk to me today.
Absolutely. So let's start with this. Let's start with Alex.
Yeah.
What do you do at Observe?
Yeah, so at Observe, I run our technical customer-facing team. We call it field engineering.
Yeah.
And we work with customers from the first interaction when they're in the sales cycle to figure out if Observe's a great solution for them, all the way to success and renewal and helping them realize value from their investment in our partnership.
Okay. And so you're at that role, but let's tell a little bit about more your personal journey.
Oh yeah, so I started as a computer scientist, actually in the Navy.
Really?
Yeah, I went to the Naval Academy, got a computer science degree, and they said, that's great, go drive some ships. So
Such is life in the Navy, what do you expect? Right?
And then my journey brought me to Silicon Valley after I did some cybersecurity work for the Navy. And what I love more importantly than anything else is helping people find a way to use technology to solve a problem that makes their life better.
Excellent. Now, when did you come to Observe?
I've been to Observe for more than 3 years now. Yeah, I was employee 28, I think, if my numbers are right. Pre-customers, in fact.
Right,
The
really
same day
early.
I started, we signed our first customer.
Good for them. Good for you. Good for them. So, we don't have to assume. I know for a fact there are people out here who don't know Observe.
Yeah.
Have never observed Observe. Tell them, how would you describe what Observe is and does to our audience?
That's a great question, Alan. So at Observe, what we realized is observability is a data problem. So we started by building a data company. What we wanted to figure out is, can we bring a solution to market that allows customers to send any data they'd like, to correlate it, and interact with it in a way that allows them to get more value out of it more quickly. And what we've done is we brought a solution to market that unifies the observability tooling into one platform. It allows you to send logs, metrics, traces, and any other type of data, structured or unstructured, that you'd like to keep in your observable universe into one tool, one data store.
Love it. And, before we jump into news and stuff, for people who want to just say, hey, I'd like to just see what their website is, what's the URL?
Yeah, our website is www.observeinc.com.
So it's observeinc.com.
Observeinc.com.
Right.
We are Observe Inc., technically, so observeinc.com.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
All right. We've got all that out of the way, Alex. Let's jump in now. You guys recently announced some new product feature releases. Why don't we jump in right there and see what's that about?
Yeah, our last release was called Hubble. And Hubble is significant for a couple of reasons. One, naming after the telescope. One of the things that we want to do is help people elevate their observability. And that came in two specific forms.
All right, I get it.
Yeah.
I just got to ask, is the next release called Web?
We have considered other satellites. And in fact, we had Erica on our launch. She was actually a NASA scientist.
Really? Very cool.
So
all right.
one of the things that we know is very important to our customers is, if we bring a solution to market, and it's very, very powerful, is it easy to use? And are we taking advantage of the latest and greatest technology that's emerged in the market? On the ease of use side, one of the things that this Hubble launch, and we call it a launch, included was the recognition that when we introduced our logs and our metrics and our tracing Explorer, we've seen an enormous increase in users engaging in the platform. And we supercharge that by adding one additional layer, which is how we leverage GPT or AI in our platform. And that happens in 4 specific locations. We have a chatbot that allows you to get guidance on how to use the tool. We'll actually allow the AI to write any of our query language for you if you'd like to do that. We call that Copilot. We also have 2 cool functionalities in terms of making your data more actionable. You can right-click on a field and observe and ask Ollie, or Ollie GPT specifically, to explain what an error means. and it will actually return an answer that helps you stop from having to copy and paste into Google and do outside investigations. The last thing that's most interesting is we leverage GPT to allow users to separate out their data and do those hard parsing and regex challenges that no one likes writing regexes, and anyone that has written them knows that regex101.com is their friend. And we wanted to kind of bring that into the product and make that easy for customers to use.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. Now, this was released not here at the show. It was released earlier in the month.
October 4th.
What's been the feedback?
Well, we've more than doubled our monthly active users since we've released that. Yeah.
And since October 4th?
Technically since late September, but yes.
Wow.
And it's really simple. We listen to our customers, and we really care about what they say and how they experience ourselves on our platform. And when we say we're focusing on ease of use, we mean it.
So the entrepreneur in me just has to ask you.
Okay.
What were you waiting for?
You know, it's very easy to make very quick, bad decisions. It's a lot harder to take a data-driven approach to how to build a product better. And when we approach any problem at Observe, and it's built into our culture, we first of all figure out, this is an important problem. How can I measure the impact I can make on this problem? And that's how we measured usability. Now for AI, we kind of knew that it was going to be something special and it could help. We're still figuring out exactly how to measure the impact there, but every decision we make at Observe is grounded in what's best for our customers and how do we help make the market better.
So how much of this phenomenal growth in such a short period of time do you think is just attributable to kind of riding the AI wave, if you will?
That increase in active user growth actually wasn't tied to the AI release. It was more to the ease of use functionality that we brought. And I think that's important for any product, but more specifically one as powerful as ours. When you're solving big data problems, people get exposed to big data. And one of the things we thought very deeply about is how do we take the experience that a user has to have to get to the outcome they want and narrow that down and give them an obvious path to go through so that they don't have to deal with all of the problems if they just want to come in and check their logs and see what's not working. You know, sometimes it's the simplest question of, hey, is it easy to do this in the tool? And when we decided ourselves that it wasn't easy enough, then we started making some really serious changes, and that was backed by every single one of our customers agreeing with us back in the active user growth.
Sure. That's phenomenal, man. Alex, look, for those out here, this is damn impressive. Let's talk a little bit about KubeCon here now. I mean, it's only day one of the expo floor open and everything. What are you hearing from the crowd, from the attendees?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, this is my second KubeCon. I was new to it last year when we were in Detroit. And I really love this conference, Alan.
It's great. It's a great community.
It's a great community. It's a great conference. And frankly, when people come up to our booth and want to talk to us, they want to talk about what we do. Yep. There's not a lot of tire kickers. Everyone that's here seems to be operators, people that are experienced and steep in the problem. And I love whenever someone comes up and talks to us. I think the other thing I've seen in this particular venue specifically, the room is packed. It's crowded. So crowded that I think that we're going to have a bigger footprint next year.
Observe is, or the whole?
Both.
Yeah. Well, the problem is this is a pretty big convention center.
Yeah.
I mean, short of breaking into sort of two different exhibit halls, which RSA used to do that. Now it's one big continuous one. It's hard. The other thing I will tell you, so we do the North American and the European.
Yeah.
So in Amsterdam in the spring, they actually said, look, I think it was 12,000 was the number. At 12,000, they stopped selling tickets. They did a waiting list. And a lot of people didn't get to the show. They were on the waiting list. I would not, I mean, as anti-business as that sounds, I wouldn't be surprised if they did something similar.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the quality of conversations and the quality of attendees is super high. And you asked about some of the conversations we're having when people come by. It's a variety of things, and a couple of themes that I see. I'm curious if other people that have come on the show have said the same, but people are continue to talk to us about saving money. They want to do more with less. No one has emerged after the last 2 years with bigger budgets.
Yep.
And I think they also want to figure out, do we need all of the tools? Is there a way we can both get some hard dollar savings and some soft dollar savings by compressing some tooling and aligning teams? We're also seeing a lot of push, and the DevOps teams are getting more involved in security conversations as well, which I guess...
there's no doubt.
Yeah, as a former security practitioner, if you had asked me 5 years ago if I thought these two markets would converge, I would not have said yes. Now, I think it's inevitable.
I think it's already happened.
Yeah.
Right? So here, there's a lot of convergence going on. There's security with DevOps into what we call DevSecOps.
Yep.
But there's also, there was a time, and I've been going to these conferences now before COVID, so I don't know, 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
There was a time where cloud native was very developer-centric, not as much ops-centric. But it was very distinct from DevOps.
Yes.
There was DevOps and there was cloud native. And then there was security. So you look at a company like ours, right? We have DevOps.com.
Yep.
Cloud native now, Security Boulevard.
Yeah.
And I always knew there was an inherent overlap between them. But we've seen much more than an overlap now. We've seen a conversion around this, with security being a primary concern of people. And you don't do cloud native today without doing DevOps.
Agreed.
And everything getting pushed out today, especially greenfield, not brownfield stuff, it's predominantly, probably 85% or better cloud native.
Yeah, I think that's another thing I've seen too as well. Many customers are adopting the cloud native terminology, setting goals in those languages and words.
Multi-threaded, no doubt. Container-based, the whole cloud native thing. And now what I think we're starting to see, and we see, look, your name of your company's Observe, is it's not just the architecture and development being cloud native, but the cloud native aspect of the operations of ops. Forget DevOps, ops.
It even touches revenue. So one of the things that we see very often is, due to the nature of how our platform can process data, we take technical telemetry from a customer's application. We also take business data. So sometimes customers ask us, how can you Observe help us give our customers a better experience? Well, one of the ways is we can tell you when a particular customer is hurting, when a customer has a challenge, or help you reframe all these very deep technical jargon and things that are happening into the context of how does this impact the customer's experience? Am I able to get proactive? Is what I'm doing in my infrastructure plan having a net positive impact on my customers, on my users?
Sure.
And those are questions that previously companies, I don't think they thought they could answer, and when they start working with us, they start seeing a path to that. And I love that. We have some customers even completely away from the DevOps side that send us shipping data just because they want to know, can I make a support dashboard for my low-level support employees so that they can be more efficient with their time in our data? It's such a cool convergence. I agree with you. I love that word, convergence.
It really is. Let's talk a little bit about observability though, too. So over the last 2 years, so there was a KubeCon in LA there around COVID time. That was a little dicey. Then there was the one in Europe, then got canceled. Then there was Detroit, then Amsterdam here. We've really seen the observability market just explode, right?
Yeah.
Prometheus, what's the other? I'm drawing a blank. The other big observability open source, OpenTelemetry.
OpenTelemetry, yes. Everyone.
I think are the second and third biggest projects of the gazillion projects in CNCF now, right?
That's such a good point. Remember when OpenTelemetry was open tracing and it was still kind of a fractured project. If you asked us 3 years ago if we thought that OpenTelemetry would be the way, we weren't super sure. A year into that, so 2 years ago, we were like, this is the direction. It's solid.
No doubt about it. It is you look and you can't see this at home, guys, because all you're seeing is here. But there's a big floor
faces
out there, But so much of it is based now on this. So really good stuff.
I think the other thing, observability as a vernacular is kind of emerging, even at the higher level in the business. By definition, observability is, can I tell something about a system by looking at its outputs? And one of the things, as we're moving closer to cloud native, is more and more systems have outputs. And that kind of builds on that data problem I mentioned and why we were founded. So I look forward to seeing how this problem space changes in the next year.
Oh, I think we're just, look, when you start, what you guys are already doing it with Gen AI and stuff. You start adding Gen AI to this stuff. We start putting more focus on it. It's going to be an interesting. We're in for an interesting times. What's the Irish proverb? May you live in interesting times.
Yes.
Definitely interesting times. Anyway, Alex, thanks for joining us here live at KubeCon. This is Observe Inc. So let me again, observeinc.com. Check it out. Hey, they're doing amazing things. This new release, something that gets twice as many new visitors, right? In a couple of weeks, a month. It's got to be doing something right.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a break. We're live at KubeCon in Chicago. I think we have one or two more videos before we wrap for today. We'll be right back.
Hey, welcome back. We are here at KubeCon in Chicago 2023, and it's been a busy day. We had a great day. A lot of great people that we've talked to. We're on our last conversation, and we'll be here tomorrow, so don't go away. We'll be back. But I have the pleasure of being joined by Daniel Baldivia.
Yeah.
Daniel is engineer with MinIO.
That is correct.
They're going to be talking with you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And you're, not to give you more titles, but you're kind of one of the founder originators of the technology, right? Inventor?
Well, I'm responsible for Kubernetes products, and that could be understood as I'm the one of the guys who wrote the operator for MinIO, right?
Okay.
So I'm responsible for Kubernetes stuff, right? So you could argue anything that has to do with Kubernetes, I wrote it.
Okay. I know you're not trying to claim all the credit, but hey, give credit where credit is due, right?
Yeah.
So if there are folks that don't know about MinIO, talk about what MinIO does.
So MinIO, it's a cloud-native object storage. So for those who don't know what an object storage is, it's just the simplest form of storage that's meant to be consumed over the internet, right? So MinIO is built for scale and speed, right? So when you see enterprises and companies that need to store large amounts of data, they look to object storage, and particularly to MinIO, because it's so simple to run, so simple to operate, and that's what we are going after, right? We want companies and teams to be comfortable running storage, so they want to look for a solution like MinIO that says, it's so easy, mind-blowing, simple. I just put my files there, and then I just consume them, and that's it. That's what object storage is, right? A solution for storing a large amount of data.
It's almost like NoSQL for programming, object storage for storage. I mean, it's just we used to think of it as blob, now it's objects, right?
That is
correct. It can contain anything,
yes.
Right? All kinds of, and very large.
And very large,
It's not limited by, so many character size or data size.
Yeah, and then, one way to reason about it, why are we not calling it file? Because, file was meant to be, when file started, it was locally on your drive, right? And object is meant to be stored, in a distributed environment over the internet, right? So that's my main difference.
Yeah, you can't talk about applications, the cloud, virtually anything without the data to go. I mean, that's what runs everything, right?
Runs everything,
sort of the
yes.
fuel of our applications.
The way I like to see it is, everyone's building all these great products, and I see them as cars. We build roads because everyone needs storage, right? Even if it's a NoSQL database, they'll need to back up that data somewhere, and object storage is the place to put those backups.
Very good. So what? In the Kubernetes world, we're obviously here. There's a lot of interest in data and databases, even databases sometimes in Kubernetes. Talk about how you fit into the cloud-native ecosystem of applications, cloud-native, database technology, distributed processing and data.
So from day one, we built MinIO intended to be running a distributed environment. But then, not so much as to only make it running in containers, but the MinIO binary, it's so small, 100 megabyte binary. You can run it on bare metal, on virtual machines, or containers. And the idea was that, okay, we don't want to force you to say, oh, if you want to run this storage, you have to buy this appliance from us, right? When it comes to the cloud, you don't know what you're going to be running on, right? If it's on a cloud provider, it's on their infrastructure. If it's your own Kubernetes on-premise, it's on the hardware that you decided to buy, and you buy the servers that you want. So we want a storage solution that's truly cloud native. That means it will run on anything that you have available, right? So let's say you went with the vendor of hardware that gave you the base deal, right? You want to be able to set up your own storage that way, right? So you go and set up Kubernetes, set up MinIO operator, and start your own object storage company if you want, right? We want to make it that simple, and that's what it means to actually be cloud native, right? Be agnostic of the infrastructure, not tying you down to an appliance or any particular hardware.
Yeah, very different than I buy this NAS, and so I manage the data a very certain way or whatever product. It seems also that kind of what we containerize can be any variety of things, right? Data, applications, infrastructure, full apps, microservices, and some of that information can be pulled out of database, out of object storage as well. So you mentioned like the analogy of the file server. It seems like object storage sort of abstracts the underlying environment that this is running. Whether it's a file server or a NAS or a whatever in the world it is behind it, or cloud service.
Yes,
it's still an object storage.
It's still an object storage. Yeah, exactly. And the applications are being built with that in mind. Like at some point, like if you're running, let's say, some big data pipeline on top of Spark, right? The Spark really doesn't care if it's pulling data from HDFS or some object storage. In this case, it could be MinIO, it could be a cloud provider object store. And right, so these pipelines are all they care is they are agnostic. They just want to load the data and then go do its own job, right? So that's where MinIO comes into place and letting you set up the infrastructure yourself, right?
Now you work with other database technologies, not as a replacement.
No, yes.
To necessarily, right?
What we're seeing is data is scaling at an unprecedented pace, right? So database vendors, relational database, they start having problems when they go beyond certain terabyte capacity, right? But a lot of database vendors, what we're seeing is they're actually embracing object store. What they're doing is they're offloading their tables into object store, and when you need to run certain type of queries or analytic workloads that's meant to run on, petabytes and petabytes of data, the database will actually go and retrieve its own write-ahead logs straight from object storage, right? And then do its own query and then give you the result. And we see that trend coming. Databases are actually evolving to work with these large, massive amounts of data, at scale of the data. And that wouldn't be possible if you didn't have a place to put the data at that scale.
Interesting. It's almost like the tiered approach to hardware data storage.
Yep.
It's from a software standpoint, database, right? In memory, on disk, whatever disk is, and then object.
Exactly.
Pull in large amounts of data.
That's definitely the right analogy, right? So just as people were doing on top of hardware, now they're doing it, but in data side, right? So you see also, for example, now that all the AI world is taking off, right? You see these companies are, okay, we have all these data sets, but the data sets are massive. They keep growing month on month, but we only need 3 months to train the latest and greatest machine learning model. And when the data is aging, we need to tier it off to some other type of storage. So object storage can be both the hot tier and the warm tier, in the sense that you can set up MinIO tenant with the latest and greatest NVMe drives that satisfy your training needs, right? When you're training a machine learning algorithm, it needs to go through every single part of the data set, right? But as the data is aging, you want to be able to tier that into another object storage. It can also be MinIO. And that's built with for chip and deep storage, right? Using on top of hard disk drives. And all of this needs to be transparent to the applications, because the application doesn't want to know that I need to go to 2 separate places.
Yeah.
I just want to read, right? I just want to read my files and they come. And this is what actually coming as a trend as the modern data lakes.
Makes a lot of sense. Why is object storage so, we're all very used to kind of structured data, right? In many forms. And AI systems can use with structured and unstructured data. Why is less structured or unstructured data important?
So the interesting thing is about roughly like 80% of the data that we see being placed on object storage is unstructured data. It's machine generated. Companies like, they have all this telemetry, all these logs, all this data about their business, and they don't know what to do with it yet. So they start storing it. That's why most of this data is unstructured, right? All the structured data still relies on, relational databases and that transactional operations that still belongs to the databases. But all this unstructured data that sometimes companies are like, I wish I had the data so I could come and predict this behavior so I could improve my e-commerce business, right? But if they kept the data in object storage, then they can be like, now I can write a pipeline and go and deduce this new metric that I want to deduce, right? So that's why all these data companies are just dumping it into object storage, and either they have a valid use case for it now, or they don't know if they want to develop a new business case for it later.
I think it'd be easy and inaccurate to conclude just because it's object or large amount of data in object storage doesn't mean it's slow. It's actually, you can get high performance out of that data as well. How do you do that? How do you deliver the kind of performance that applications demand today?
So I was mentioning that by nature we built MinIO to be highly distributed, right? So that already tells you that we are actually aggregating the throughput of all these machines, of all these drives, right? And on top of that, we went to great lengths to optimize the parts that matter. For example, how MinIO protects the data. It uses it through erasure coding. This means you'll give me some file, and I'll take the data, chunk it into data, and then generate some parity and store it separately. To do that's computationally expensive. But we actually went to great lengths to write everything in assembly for these heavy lifting operations, encryption, TLS, and erasure coding, so that it actually, the hardware is not in the way when we're actually trying to store data or retrieve data at very high speeds, right? So we actually, the advantage of doing that is we can grab all these nice instructions, for example, On x86 architecture, we have AVX512 instructions. Mm-hmm. On ARM, we have Neon instructions, and all these instructions, they compute very fast. So we wanted to be able to leverage those so that when you actually want to retrieve a file, we can pull the file as fast as the drive is letting us pull it.
Yeah, almost just pulling data off a disk, essentially, right?
Yes.
What data do you want to pull off? What do you see happening in your space? I mean, kind of what over the next, I don't want to do a 5-year prediction, but what do you think over the next 6 months or more? What's happening in your part of the market, and what kind of things should we be on the lookout for?
So we're seeing two main trends. First, our companies are building now, they're trying to consolidate their data lakes into why do I need to have different stores or different storage technologies for different problems when I can just have one object store that works great, single namespace, everything I need is there, all the security, all the tiering, all the encryption, and then just use that. So first we see companies consolidating their data lakes for analytics, for AI, for databases as well, for all sort of systems, right? We even see streaming services building on top of object storage now because they discover that, it's actually cheaper to run myself. And the second one, we see the repatriation of data from the cloud back on premise, right? And Kubernetes is driving that because people are noticing now I can just throw a bunch of servers, put Kubernetes on top of it, and then orchestrate everything very simply. And object storage being native to Kubernetes as well makes it trivial for people to say, okay, now I can run the show. Now I can bring my data, because on cloud providers, when you go beyond certain scale, in the petabyte scale, the cost becomes prohibitively high, right? You could be buying a lot of servers every month with the bill. Yeah. So when companies find this, okay, they want to build their own data lake, and this is part of the first point, and then they start repatriating some of the data and keeping it in-house because they discovered how easy it is actually to run your own storage infrastructure.
You mentioned distribution. Distributed data is one of the ways to get high performance. That's also part of it. There's a lot of emphasis on resiliency, taking more than just uptime and 5 nines and mean time to recovery, but really trying to build into architecture or the infrastructure layer, cloud service, or the application, or kind of all the layers, of finding ways to make it so that our applications or infrastructure don't fall down when some fault occurs, or cyber attack, or a bug in code. How do object storage, how does MinIO help with providing a more resilient infrastructure or application, or both?
So we help you protect the data in many ways. For example, starting with data resiliency, the fact that we are cloud native and hardware agnostic. What if one of your servers goes up in flames? You want to replace it as soon as possible. And the fact that we're not telling you, buy our box. It's like you can just buy whatever box fits the need that you need, place it back and plug it back into the cluster, and we'll start healing the data on top of that machine. So that's one, right? Being hardware agnostic really, really helps in case you have these kind of scenarios where you need to replace hardware or just expand, right? So you don't have to wait for us to procure us. You go with whoever can give you the servers that you need at the moment that you need them, and then just expand your infrastructure like that, right? So that's one way we help you protect against individual hardware failure. When it comes to, for example, ransomware attacks, object storage, because we have complete control over the data, you can actually set it up, and we have, for example, object locking to prevent data deletion. In case there's a ransomware attack, right, the attacker can try to go and encrypt everything, but if an object has locking or versioning, right, you can always go and restore the older version, or the file was not able to be deleted or changed at all, right? All data in object storage is immutable. So if a ransomware attacker wanted to really damage you, they would have to download the file, encrypt it, and upload it. That will be time consuming, but they will just try to delete it. But if you have versioning enabled, you can just restore the older version, right? And what we see also is when you see all these companies building their own data lakes, backing up 100 petabyte lake is very not impossible, but it's very hard, right? So we see companies building multiple sites now. So sometimes they like building 2 data lakes, have them replicate active, East Coast, West Coast kind of deployment, and building a 3rd site just for data recovery, right? Disaster recovery in case there's such types of attack. And they set up the replication, and MinIO makes it trivial to set the active plus a DR site kind of setup, so that you don't have to worry about, okay, now I need to back up my 100 petabytes. There's no backup. There's another site with an exact same replica of your data.
How about the developer or the platform engineer experience? if you aren't greenfield, you've already running an application, an environment, a database, maybe object storage. How do you add to that environment without being disruptive?
So that's a great question, because most of the Minayo adoption has been driven by the developers and the infrastructure people themselves, right? In traditional IT, there's always a team owning storage, and they're very zealous of it. And that's because, of course, they bought these expensive appliances, so they want to restrict how it goes. But when it comes to a developer, he usually starts on his laptop and runs Minayo and says, this works. I developed my application, tested against the API locally, and now I want to deploy it. So deploying Minayo could just be a simple pod and a single PVC. So they can go to infrastructure and be like, deploy me this application. And for the infrastructure people, this is just one more application, right? Because it doesn't need specialized hardware or anything. And that's how it starts, through their shadow IT, right? And then suddenly, slowly companies are realizing, oh, we are relying too much on that service. What is that? Oh, that's Minayo, that's object storage, right? And then they start formalizing into their companies. So for infrastructure people and developers, the fact that they can run a copy of the software themselves locally or inside their CI/CD pipeline to actually harden the software and be like, okay, it's supposed to be testing it, that it's working as expected all the time. It's how we actually have gotten one foot into the door most of the time.
Yeah. Very cool. Lots of good stuff happening. It's great to see. I remember when object databases were kind of a new thing, and now object storage. So if somebody wants to kick the tires and try it out, min.io?
Min.io, that is correct.
Yes, like a free account or tier that you can test things on, or sandbox?
Yeah, actually we are open source, so you can go to our website and download the binary itself and run it on your laptop. We run on all kinds of architecture. And that same binary is the one that you will use on production. And if you were to acquire an enterprise license, that will be the same binary that you run. Why would we do that? So we are an upstream first company, and the open source community actually contributes a lot of fixes. If we were to break something, within 30 minutes, someone on GitHub will be complaining, you guys broke this obscure application that needs this obscure corner
Now it affects everything. I mean, it could
yes.
have a huge impact.
And we immediately patch it, make a new release. We make releases multiple times a week if needed. And then that benefits everyone, both enterprise customers and the community. So that's the best way to start, right? So go to our website, get the binary, and start using it.
Developers love free open source, no sales pressure, right? Let me try it out, let me figure it out if I like it.
Try it, exactly.
Good. Well, Daniel, it's been a lot of fun talking with you.
Thank you.
Catching up, I think it was Valencia when last time I talked with someone from your company.
Yes.
A lot of good things have happened. So we have a good rest of the show, and people, if you want to check out min.io, min.io, super easy to get to. Sounds like super easy to download. Pick binary and poof, you're running it. So thanks again.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
It's been great having everybody here, all of our guests, people like Daniel and from other great companies as well as min.io. I hope you'll be here tomorrow. I think we're starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Looking over at our production crew, giving me the big thumbs up. That's on Central Time. So join us here on Techstrong TV and across all the Techstrong sites, DevOps.com, Container Journal Now, Security Boulevard, and Techstrong.tv. So it's been our pleasure bringing this content to you today, these experts and thought leaders and information. We hope it's been helpful. Reach out to us, let us know, and we have 2 more days of great stuff lined up. So we'll see you back here, same bat channel, same bat station. We'll see you tomorrow.